We're definitely getting Mason. Evans, what do you mean? Like, that's not up for debate. It's not like, oh, Mason may or may not be there. In what universe, in all the years that Mason has been a part of Blizzard, he has never not opened BlizzCon. Like, he's never not been the first guy to walk out on stage and go for the Horde, for the Alliance. That's never happened. So what makes you think that it wouldn't happen this time? Hope he kicks up a storm? I mean, there's so many things that goes into that. Yeah, I am hoping that Chris Mason can solve some of the issues, but I don't know, because particularly some of the issues aren't stuff that Chris Mason can fix. Early Christmas present. We all wake up. Shadowlands and PFA were a dream. The Legion is Year Boys. Classic Plus. The Murlocs is playable class. Dude, what the fuck? You had me until you went Murlocs is a playable class. When you said that, I tapped out. I just completely blanked. I don't want Murlocs as a playable class. They are cool because they're stupid and they're everywhere. Well, how would you make a race that is clearly not as intelligent? How would you make them a player class? Murlocs aren't smart, boys. It's not like there's super intelligent Murlocs out there. They are all pretty dumb. Murloc is a pet for hunters. Yeah, you could probably have a Murloc pet. That could work. I mean, it would be a smart pet though. Naga, I can get behind, yeah. I can get behind the Naga. They're pretty cool. And they kind of make sense. But Murlocs really doesn't make sense because even in the alternative timeline, Murlocs are still not hyper-intelligent beings. Does what make sense? Razor Connor. My OC is the smartest Murloc in existence. Yeah, but your OC is also not real. What did you hear? Pringles, I don't think I have any speculations today. No, not really. I haven't worked on anything. I mean, I have videos coming up on the main channel, but that's not for discussion here. No, I'm just here to hang out. I'm tired, bro. I am fucking spent. I got very little sleep last night. I ended up editing until the wee hours of the morning. So I'm just chilling. I'm hoping you guys can entertain me because I am fucking tired. Shanton, how you doing? Welcome, welcome. No, I mean, it is taking its toll, bro. It is taking its toll. A lot of hours streaming, a lot of hours editing. Very little time for anything else. That's it. I think you're onto something new. Expansion. World of Warcraft invasion of Azmorloth? No. The next expansion is almost definitely going to be something to do with Avaloran. The fact that Avaloran was name-dropped so heavily at the beginning of the expansion, I can't see a world in which Avaloran isn't the next expansion. I'd be well surprised. Let's put it that way. Do you think they should merge races like Tauren High Mountain and Draenei Lightforged, where you can choose and mix racials? Feels like there's too much playable races right now. What's the difference? The Beast of Sweden, how you doing, bro? Like, what's the difference? Whether it be a playable race or just an option, an aesthetic option. How does that make a difference, though? You're literally just taking all of the options from the character creation where you choose one, right? And you're moving it. The unlocks have already been removed, Evans. You no longer have to unlock anything. Boshra, how you doing? Sabako, you seem as surprised over the cinematics as me. What do you mean with surprise, though? Hey, when you say surprise, what do you mean? Evans, yeah, you don't unlock the allied races anymore. As far as I know, they're all unlocked basically just by default. Because, you know, Blizzard once again didn't plan ahead and didn't realize that a lot of people may not actually want to go back to old expansions just to fucking unlock new races. So here we are. Catapulting the Dream is done though. Are the quests to do that gone? Aragos, no. From what I understand, you can still do the quests because the quests will actually give you access to the heritage armor, but you don't have to do the quest. You can just roll the character and don't do the quests. Next expansion will be about elemental lords. Prothean, no. I don't think exactly about them. If we look at how Blizzard tells the story in Dragonflight, I imagine next expansion is again going to be a cacophony of many different stories at the same time. You know, rather than just singular storylines playing out. Because that seems to be the new thing for Blizzard. Have, like, 30 storylines play out so that you can neglect 28 of them. Basically. Google, how you doing, bro? Lucids, how you doing? Do I think WoW will ever become fully factionless? It pretty much is factionless at the moment, right? But I think what you're asking, will we ever remove the factions entirely? Yeah, I can see a world, like right now, the factions are basically just pretend, right? As long as all of us believe there is such a thing as factions, there are factions. But in reality, there are no real factions in World of Warcraft anymore. The factions have become friends. There's lasting relationships that's been formed between different characters within these different factions. So trying to reestablish these factions would be very difficult, and you would require some form of retcon in some way, right? Like if you could maybe do it to where all of the friendship stuff was actually just a dream by N'Zoth. Or you'd need a giant... You'd need a giant event, right? Something that is so large and so impactful that it automatically splits the two factions apart. I don't know how I feel about it, but then again, I'm not representative of the general player base. Personally, I hate the fact that the factions are getting less and less important in World of Warcraft. I absolutely despise that. I would prefer to have the actual war back, you know, like we used to have back in the day. But I also understand that there are many players in WoW that don't want that. That would actually prefer if there was no faction. I heard the other day someone say, this faction thing is so old school. No one fucking needs it in modern day gaming anymore. And I was like, what are you talking about? You're pretending like modern games don't have enemies? What are you saying? Yeah, there's plenty of enemies in the modern world, right? Plenty of games have factions. Actually, most games have factions. The only difference is most games don't have two playable factions. But that doesn't mean that most games don't have factions. So, you know, but the player base in World of Warcraft has shifted over time to be different. And I fully respect that. I mean, it is what it is. Like to pledge honor for your faction. So if you want to become mercenary outlaw, you also have ability like to go rogue and join other faction or attack players in your faction. Lemon Soundwinds, let's first focus on just getting the basics right before we start implementing, you know, high level playstyle stuff. Google, we spoke about that years ago, and yes, Illyria is a very possible choice there. Illyria would make sense. Azeroth could make sense depending on how many times you think she died and what exactly death even means. Because apparently getting stabbed with a sword is enough to qualify as dead, even though she didn't die as a result of that. So, you know, it sort of depends on how you view that. There's probably even an argument to be made for Anduin being a character that could fit into that if it wasn't for the she part, right? At the hour of her third death. Again, it would depend on how you twist it. Kalia, I've heard some people make the argument that Kalia could be it. I haven't read into the theory. I'm not entirely sure where they get all these fucking deaths. But they could make the argument, I think, if I'm just sort of spitballing here. Her first death was the death of her name, right? Her father dying and then her brother dying. The minute the line came to an end, that was basically a death for her. And then her second death was when she was killed on the battlefield. Well, not even the battlefield, the friendship field that turned into a battlefield. And now she's, you know, back, but she could die again. So you could probably make that argument too. I'm not sure if that is what the theorists of the Kalia Menethil side believe. I'm just saying, like, that's sort of off the top of my head what I would think, how they get to Kalia Menethil. And then there's obviously the very, very, very outside chance that none of that is even real. Because it did come from the Void, and the Void lies a lot. So it could just be a lie. One thing I dislike is how the racial cultural focus tends to blur a bit. Like the dwarves having the gunpowder units, the humans having knights, the elves having agile warriors. If you look at an Alliance NPC army, it tends to be a mishmash, understandable, but something cool is lost as well. I mean, it's sort of the stereotypes that we've all come to expect, right? If you fucking suddenly started getting fat elves, I think most people would just be very confused by that. Massey, yes, but you also have to look at it through the eyes of the Void, because it's not what you think death is, it's what the Void think death is. So if you can't apply your thinking to that, that's not going to work. Moniaka just tuned in. Did you see the supposed leak last night of 11.0, the in-game screenshot on Reddit? Yes, Cassiel on Discord linked me the picture. I didn't see it on Reddit. I just got a picture on Discord of this. Let me see. I may be blocked. I'm mostly blocked by everyone on the weird side of Twitter. Yeah, I have it here. Blue Nile, how you doing, brother? I'm just returning to WoW after dropping in early Shadowlands. I saw they decided to do a tell, don't show for tier. Not sure how I feel about the story. Hitman Doc, tell, don't show is sort of a World of Warcraft specialty. It's what they do best. WoW doesn't like telling stories. They prefer to just, like, show you stuff and then move on. But they don't tell the story. They just sort of show you the highlights. You know, they don't tell the actual story of it. That's just how WoW operates. There's nothing much to be said about that. Okay, so this is supposedly a leak from what could arguably be seen, I guess, as from the announcement cinematic. This dropped last night, by the way. And it shows screenshots of Avaloran. On the top here, it says New Continent, Avaloran. Then you see these primordial or very, very ancient dwarves. You see what looks to be harpies in a sort of desert land. So it's the 4 different continents. I will be honest with you. I don't think that there is anyone that would potentially go through this much effort. I'm trying to see if these zones remind me of zones. There's similarities between these zones and some of the zones we have in the game, but I don't see anything that obviously stands out to me and I go, yeah, that zone is actually that zone in the game. Unless, of course, these guys were very careful to choose very weird zones or angles for some of the zones. 1,000 Needles from Marilla, but it's new models and all. Yeah, it can't be the 1,000 Needles. I mean, that is completely reworked 1,000 Needles thing, which still proves that it may be true. It has a similar feel to Grizzly Hills, Cesius, that's true. But from what angle? I have been in Grizzly Hills many, many times, and this angle does not look like anything I've seen. Scrunchies look good. I like them. They do look good. But to be fair, World of Warcraft has never had a problem with looking good. The art team usually does a bang-up job in World of Warcraft. It's all the other teams that seem to be letting the fucking game down. If you see me in on the ogre-looking mob, far right on the third image down, it matches the previous website leak. Wait, which ogre? Third image down, ogre. I mean, it's not high enough quality to really see anything, if I'm honest with you. When Blizzard's brought out new area in trailers, they have used a colored font like that before. I mean, yeah, the new continent of Aloran looks very real, but don't pay attention to that bit. Because I can promise you, any editor with, like, even a year's worth of experience can remake that. Like, in Photoshop, you could absolutely remake that. A bit of Photoshop, maybe a little bit of After Effects, and bam. There you go. That's not the hard part. Every peak, same angle, hard to say. Saban, we are looking at a potential leak in World of Warcraft that states this is the new continent of Aloran. And people are claiming a whole bunch of different things, right? About this particular leak. You see, my only problem would be the amount of people that would right now have seen this cinematic, because FYI, Blizzard as a company doesn't actually share everything with everyone. Unless you are actively involved in the making of the cinematic, there is a good chance that you are going to see the cinematic for the first time with all of the players. Specifically because Blizzard doesn't want to leak things and you have 7,000 fucking people working for you. Maybe you don't want to have one of those. I'm talking about the whole company, right? You don't want one of those 7,000 people to leak your shit. So there's a good chance that a very small group of people would actually have had access to this in order to leak it. There's only a week to go. Not even worth it to go after leaks. I mean, what do you mean when you say worth it to go after leaks, though? Okay, so just one thing, though. Avaloran, if Blizzard gets their world building right. Oh P. Dudley, how you doing, bro? 25 months, part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. If Blizzard gets their world building right, Avaloran would look very similar to Azeroth. It is on Azeroth. So there would definitely not be a... like... You would be able to notice all of the zones as being Azerothian zones. It's not like us going to some foreign planet or some different realm that would look completely different to what we are used to on Azeroth. So it would be, yeah. Well, depends on where Avaloran was, right, Saven? Was Avaloran actually part of the old Kalimdor? Land of Eternal Stars? Because if it was part of the Land of Eternal Stars, then it would pretty much look exactly like Azeroth. If it wasn't part of the Land of Eternal Stars, then maybe you could make the argument it looks a little different. Darth Dirty Socks, how you doing, bro? Thanks for the first chat. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Game companies typically have a cinematic team. I would expect only those on that team would have seen it. That's my thinking. I know some of the people that work on the cinematic team for World of Warcraft. It's not the largest team in the world. It's not a small team, but it's not a large team either. So if someone of that team leaked it, there's a good chance that Blizzard will have an idea of who that was. Cornikitty, how you doing? I really hope these aren't real. It's giving me WoD vibes from the aesthetic of each zone. I hope if they do have a Lauren, we get creatures we've never seen before. Okay, so if they do have a Lauren, Cornikitty, as I just explained, we would absolutely not get creatures that you've never seen before. What you may get are creatures that has not been touched by Order before. Because Avaloran was the one place the Titans could not go, where the Titan Keepers could not penetrate. And so Order would be the only thing that wouldn't be there. So you will see lots and lots of weird creatures that was never ordered, but those creatures will very much have their origins on the creatures of Azeroth, because Avaloran was part of Azeroth. So, like dwarfs, for example, you'll probably see a lot more primordial dwarfs, like the dwarf in this picture looks like more of a primordial dwarf. What bothers me a little, Luneska, how you doing? Lucid, how you doing, bro? Maurice, how you doing? Aragast, how you doing, bro? What bothers me a little is that this dwarf looks stony. And that would be Blizzard literally forgetting what they fucking said right at the beginning of the expansion, and that was that the dwarves only fled the battlefield after they received the Curse of Flesh. Stony Brony. Yeah, pretty much. Cesius, remember that you tommed Stony Brony? Taliesin may steal that. Hopu, how you doing, bro? They got a lot of content in each X-Pack, and it's criminal. I wish they could do all they dream up. The only reason there's so much cut content in World of Warcraft is a lack of planning. If you end up with things like crunch, or if you end up with things like cut content, that's because you did not plan. Simple as that. The shots just don't look like shots from Zone cinematics we've had before, to me, though. I would argue it looks exactly like shots from Zone cinematics. It looks like screenshots from Zone cinematics. The lower quality looks like you literally screenshot it in the middle of movement. So it's not crisp, because you had probably a lot. Like, look, as far as screenshots go in World of Warcraft, this is probably the most realistic screenshots to date in a leak. I have seen many leaks with many screenshots, and this is probably the most realistic one. They will do a Cataclysm Classic. Bane Spooby, I've discussed this before on stream. I really hope that they do not. Now, if you're asking about Cataclysm Classic, there is only one scenario in which I can see Cataclysm Classic actually makes sense. And that is, as I said before, if you were to bring Cataclysm Classic back, but Cataclysm Classic Plus. So it's Cataclysm including all of its cut content. So for those of you that don't know, Cataclysm was the expansion with probably the most cut content in the game ever. There were entire zones that were cut, entire raids that were cut, entire dungeons that were cut. Like entire max level areas were completely cut out of Cataclysm. They had so many plans for what they were going to do in Cataclysm, and all of it pretty much fell flat. And I would be absolutely there for a Cataclysm that includes all of that cut content. If it is just normal Cataclysm Plus, I believe that is the worst and laziest thing Blizzard can do. No one wants normal Cataclysm. No one wants it. I think Blizzard forgets just how poorly Cataclysm was received by the player base. Players were not happy after Cataclysm. Of course, looking back, there are people that realize just how fun Cataclysm was in terms of dungeon design, probably some of the best dungeons ever designed in World of Warcraft. Raids, some of the best raids that's ever been designed in World of Warcraft. The zones were pretty shit. Not gonna lie, the zones weren't as insane fun as they used to be. But Cataclysm was fun, just not at the time. At the time, it really didn't live up to people's expectations. And I have a feeling that if you did bring Cataclysm back, you're gonna end up with dead servers pretty much day one. Because the other reason for Classic, when we're talking about what is Classic to you guys? When you guys think about what Classic is, what is that to you? Tigers off, how you doing, bro? 5 months, part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Shadow Rodney, how you doing, brother? Cosmic, how you doing? Toxic, how you doing? Shadow was brought down because it was compared to Wrath of the Lich King, Vanilla, and TBC. No, I'm not asking you which expansions fit what you think Classic is. I'm asking you, philosophically, what is Classic to you? What does Classic represent to you? Basic, how you doing, bro? Kirk, how you doing? Listening to this while playing hardcore, loving it. WoW talk while playing WoW. I think hardcore is awesome because all gear matters. Green or even white gear still matters. I do think a lot of people love hardcore because it's sort of like very different, right? That's crazy. It seems they always cut something. Vanilla had so much untouched. Still sad we never got a true Karabor. Yeah. That would actually have been quite cool. So, Classic, I think, if I were to come up with a definition that all of us could agree with, Classic WoW is not retail. Do you guys think that is a definition that you would agree with? It is technically the opposite of retail. In that sense, Cataclysm is not Classic and can never be Classic. Because if Classic is supposed to be the opposite of retail, Cataclysm is closer to retail than what it is to Classic. Cataclysm is sort of the start of retail WoW, where things became more retail-like. If you bring Cataclysm back as a classic, it's not classic. It's far too modern as a game, and the game systems that exist within it are far too modern to really qualify as classic. Cat is where it all started to go wrong. I wouldn't say Cataclysm is where it all started to go wrong. Cataclysm had good and bad things. Some of the good, some of the bad, but I wouldn't say that that's where everything went wrong. I would say everything started to go wrong in Wrath. Like, if you really want to look at most of the things that you could blame today for the state of WoW, Wrath was really the expansion where that shit started. Shadow Rodney, that's perfectly fine, bro. I don't mind when you guys lurk, as long as you enjoy the conversations and the react and stuff. I'm happy to entertain you. That's all I'm doing here. As long as there's some of you to fucking chat, by the way. Like, don't all of you just go quiet suddenly and be like, okay, he's just going to entertain us. I'm not going to sit here and talk to myself. Like, that would be very awkward. Classic is full of GDKP runs. Anyway, yeah, but that's just because Blizzard doesn't want to do anything about it. Said you would put brisket in the oven. I don't have brisket today, the Grey. I have ribeye steak. 2 beautiful ribeye steaks. 2 pounds worth of ribeye steak. So I am so ready for tonight, bro. I'm gonna eat the shit out of that. So why do you say Wrath is the beginning of the landslide? Razor Connor, okay, so what's one of the first real problems in World of Warcraft? Like, one of the earliest identifiable problems in World of Warcraft, it's the death of the community. If you remove the community, or if you look at the community, a lot of the problems that we have today in World of Warcraft is sort of because there is no community. And Cataclysm or Wrath introduced the system that would ultimately kill the community. If it wasn't for Wrath, that system probably never exists, and then the community in World of Warcraft still exists. Wrath also introduced for the first time Blizzard linking realms together for PvP and PvE purposes. Actually, first for PvP, but then later for PvE purposes. So this was sort of the first time that Blizzard started to merge realms together. Even though it was a hard merge at the time, you couldn't be in the same guild, you couldn't be, you couldn't trade with one another. It was still a merging of the servers that would ultimately end up destroying the community. See, there's like... This just sparked a really interesting like thought that I've been having. I've been speaking to Holy. And he wanted me to make a video on this. And while I'm not yet sure if I am going to make a video on this, I think it's an interesting thing to discuss. Because it plays into community. Do you guys feel like specifically online gaming moderation has become far too strict? Or do you feel like it's not strict enough? Where do you land on that question? Alden, how are you doing? I would argue WoW is stricter than most games, Alden. I think it's the EPOL that are the problem, and moderating is impossible on that scale. I've never been affected by online gaming moderation. Bashra, so what we're talking about here, I'll give you guys an example. I know a guy that he was playing a League of Legends game, and he had a mid laner that was inting like crazy. This guy was just running it down mid hard. And he was preparing like a very fed and very overpowered enemy mid laner for the rest of the team to deal with. And he typed in chat, not the mid laner, the guy that I know. He typed in chat, "You're a stupid fucking moron. Please never sign up to play again." And you can imagine why, right? He's incredibly frustrated. This guy keeps running it down, even after they're asking him to stop engaging, stop fighting. This guy he keeps taking fights, and he keeps dying, and he keeps falling further and further behind. And he realizes this is a game that I'm not going to lose, right? I'm going to lose this game because of this idiot mid laner. He got his account banned for that single sentence. His account was banned. In your mind, is that justified? Or do you think that's a little harsh? You see, the problem I have with online moderation in games like World of Warcraft and games like Riot and pretty much all games out there these days, it's like these corporations think that they can solve human toxicity by simply banning the toxic people. Right? So they think if they police everything that everyone says, then somehow magically that is going to solve a very human thing. Humans can be toxic and humans can say mean things to each other. When you think about it, which human beings are the meanest human beings on the planet? Like, who's the meanest human beings on the planet? Of the human species, members of the human species, who's the meanest? No, we're not talking about a gaming community. We're talking about a very specific group within the human species. It's children. Not even teenagers. Children. There are very few humans that can match the incredible pain that children inflict upon one another. And oftentimes for something silly. Now, the nice thing is children aren't weak. They bounce back, right? So even if they do get bullied, which maybe more kids need to be bullied, I think there's far too little bullying in schools these days. There's a couple of people that deserve it. But even if someone gets bullied, kids are relentless little creatures, right? They'll stand up and they'll come back stronger, and eventually they'll become the bully if you leave them long enough. But why is it? Why are kids meaner than adults, for example? I think it's more than that. I think it's deeper than that. Because I don't think you learn internal moderation or barriers just automatically. I think you learn where the lines are because of consequences. You step over the line, you get punched in the dick, you realize that's the line. I can't go further than that line, right? So now I start self-moderating because I realize there are repercussions to my actions. I do something, something's going to happen back. And as you grow older, you start to realize the things that can happen back can be very bad, right? If you're going to bully a really big guy, he might knock your teeth out. So maybe you don't say mean things to the big guy. Online, I would argue human beings are basically children online. Because there really aren't any consequences. Right? No one's going to punch you on the internet. Not in real life anyways, unless we develop some kind of monitor system that has a mechanic arm. And if you do bully someone, someone can take control of the arm and it punches you in the face. Very, very hard. The anonymous, so Praetorican, the anonymous presence is exactly that. Because you're anonymous, there are no repercussions for your actions, which means you turn into a child. You are as mean as you were when you were a child. Now, of course, your vocabulary has increased, your intelligence has increased, so you have the ability to be far meaner than what you were before. But now, I would argue... Let me ask you this. What do you think is the right course of action when you see your son and another boy of the same age and size getting into a fight? What is the right course of action there? What should you do as a parent in that situation? the right answer psychologically is you have to let it play out. Children learn through through play. That's how children learn. By fighting, they learn what the limits are, right? So I can take this guy, but I can't take that guy. I can do this, but I can't do that, So if you interfere, you are actually withholding very valuable information from your child, i.e. action-reaction. It's important for your child to learn that at some point he's going to pick a fight with a kid that's going to knock his teeth out. And then he realizes, okay, that's enough of that. Now, of course, where you should interfere is if your child is turning into a bully. So your child is literally picking on all the small kids. But at that point, I would argue you have already failed as a parent. So there's no, you are the reason, right? You are the reason for why your child is the way that they are. And you should probably fix yourself, because it's my sort of experience growing up. All of the bullies that I have known throughout my life had parents, fathers specifically, that were bullies themselves. The parents would be very strict. Usually the kids that bullied most were the kids that grew up in the strictest homes, where the father would just beat their children for literally everything. And I'm not talking beating with a fist, I'm talking normal spanking, but for literally everything. These kids would usually grow up to bully other people because they learn violence begets violence, and violence is sort of a way that you solve it. But that's a different discussion, right? The discussion here is, it is the right thing to stand back and say, right, let these kids take care of it themselves. And the only time you interfere is if you see that your child is this other kid is busy killing your child, or your child is busy killing this other kid. Then you interfere, right? But at first, you have to stand back and just let them deal with it. Let them figure out their own limits and their own barriers. They will, in time. Shouldn't that be what we do online as well, though? Because, so here's what's wild to me about moderation in things like World of Warcraft and things like League of Legends. If someone annoys me in World of Warcraft, I just mute them. I literally just block them. I mean, I never have to deal with it again. The person is blocked. I can't see what they're writing. It doesn't bother me. So clearly, I already have the tools available to ensure that I don't have to hear from this person. Why then must the authorities get important? So even, yeah, if your friend, or in my case, my friend, wrote to this guy that he's stupid and he should never fucking play again, all the person in the mid lane needed to do was simply block him or mute him. And you can do that in League of Legends. You just mute the person, you never have to listen to him again. Others, who's others? 53. Because here's where I think we get into an argument. Don't they kind of do that, though? Typically, it's a couple of suspensions and eventually banned. Chronic, again, there is a massive difference between the authorities getting involved and we sorting it out amongst ourselves. And my argument here is that there are far too many people that consistently want to get the authorities to get everyone to act right rather than just dealing with it yourself. On Twitter, for example, when Elon Musk announced that they are removing the block feature from Twitter, and instead now you'll just be able to mute people, there were people going nuts, even though mute literally achieves the exact same thing as block. You never have to hear from this person again. Like, that's literally the same thing. The only reason they're removing the block is so that you can't badmouth someone behind their back and they can't see what you're saying because you blocked them. Right? That's the only reason they're removing the block, is to stop that level of toxicity from happening. But should we not encourage more self-policing rather than more government policing? Like, if you can call Blizzard the government, right? In World of Warcraft, they are kind of the government, right? Cancel culture, political correctness took over. Chico, it's only taking over if you allow it to. Like, all Blizzard has to do is say, take care of your own shit, and you'll see how quickly all these, you know, to use a term that I don't like because it doesn't actually, all these snowflakes will suddenly start handling their own shit, right? Savin, so when if we're talking about kids, I think, what age are these kids? And if these kids can still block and ban, then that's fine, right? So the Grey, Darth 30 Socks, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. The Grey, Twitter already doesn't allow you to watch things or view things if you're not signed into it. So you already have to be signed in order to watch anything on Twitter. But that's not why Elon Musk is... Or I shouldn't even say Elon Musk here. I believe this is a move from Twitter engineers themselves. The reason they are removing the block feature is because of the incredible amount of toxicity that the block feature has created. Because I'll explain to you, because this has happened to me. There's a certain group of mentally ill people in the WoW sphere on Twitter that basically claim that everyone is a racist, everyone is sexist, everyone is evil. It is all over the place, right? These guys make up shit on literally everything. There's not a thing that they can't turn and twist into some kind of victim bullshit. And so, naturally, you guys know me, I'm going to push back. I'm not necessarily going to agree with that. So they started to come after me. Right? They started to attack me, which is fine. I don't really give a shit about being attacked. I kind of, and if I do say so myself, I kind of owned the guy in the conversation because I just kept asking him for facts, which he, of course, couldn't provide, because it's easy to say this is racist, but if you have to explain why this is racist, it sort of falls apart if you don't even know what the fuck racist means. So he blocked me. Thankfully, I have a number of people that follow this particular person, and also people that this particular person follows. And so very quickly I started getting DMs from some of my followers, some of you guys, informing me that the conversation has not stopped. I am simply blocked at the minute, so I can't see the conversation. I can't see what's actually happening. But they were literally concocting lies about me. They went and they created a fake Twitter profile in order to write racist shit to the guy that blocked me. And then they claimed that I sent this guy, right? I sent this fake profile to start attacking them. They basically spread this to the point where I had people coming into my comment section on my videos saying, dude, how can you be so racist? And I was like, what? Racist how? I had a disagreement with a guy on Twitter about him calling other people racist. I don't know what you're talking about. But this just kept on going. And then I saw the DMs and I realized, oh, so these guys are running a secret campaign against me to try and get me cancelled without me being able to see the campaign that they're running. So I can't see what they're doing because I'm blocked. I'm not part of that conversation. They can go nuts. They can do whatever the hell they want, and I have no control over it. So I fully understand why Elon Musk is going, nope, we're removing that shit. Because I will guarantee you the vast majority of people that use block use it for that. So that they can continue to be toxic little assholes and know that no one can see them. No one can see that they're toxic little pieces of shit. That's the only reason why. I know, toxic, but that needs to change, right? Like someone to step in and stop it? No, 53? Why? I'm a grown-ass man. I can fucking take care of myself. Because if someone can step in and take care of it, then suddenly that person have way more power than what I'm comfortable with. You know how I solved that particular problem? I made a video, showed all of the bullshit that they pull, and moved on with my life. Because I'm a grown-up. And mean things on Twitter does not hurt me. So, no, I don't want people to fight my battles for me. I will fight my own battles. I don't see why I need some authority to fight it for me, because now that authority has more power than what I think that authority should have. But I also want to make this clear. Maybe I'm not the best use case for this, because as you guys know, I am incredibly in favor of anarchy. So I actually think the government and all authority should be smashed as quickly as possible. So maybe I'm not the person that should be making these decisions, because I think most people aren't anarchists and therefore would not agree with me. But yeah, that's just my view on things. And anarchy isn't chaos, right? But yeah, I think it's a bit inconsistent, because humans will just form a new government. It's fine, as long as I'm not forced to live under that government, it's fine. I have no problem if you want to live under a government. I have a problem with you thinking that you have the right to force me to live under your government. That's my issue. As long as you don't think that you have the right to tell me what I can and cannot do, we won't have a problem. You can form your perfect government in whichever way you want. I just don't want one. Right? That's anarchy. That's it. That is literally anarchy. That's all it is. It's to say, you don't get to tell me what I can and cannot do. A public appearance of keeping it clean. Oh, yeah. No, of course, there's corruption. Okay, so Aragos. What do we have here at the minute? What system governs us at the minute? In this conversation, the conversation that we are having here, what system are we engaged with here? No. What political system are we engaged in right now? This is not a democracy, Toxic. I can ban you and you will have no say over it. This is not a democracy. 100% not. This is anarchy. What you and I are currently engaged in here is anarchy. No one is forcing you to be here. No one is forcing me to be here. We are here because we want to be here. There are rules because this is my Twitch and I made the rules, but no one forces you to live under those rules. The only force here is if you want to be in this Twitch, you will follow these rules. That's it. If you don't want to follow the rules, you can literally leave and you're welcome to do so. Funny thing is, that's how most human interactions work. Most human interactions are anarchic in practice. Okay, the relationship between America and Canada is anarchy, by the way, because there's no higher power than America and Canada that tells America and Canada how they need to react to one another. They have a complete anarchic relationship with one another. Nothing stops America from invading Canada and taking Canada for itself. Nothing. America can do that, and no one's going to be able to stop it. It doesn't do that. But there's no government that tells America that they can't do that. So why isn't America doing it? Because turns out That's not what happens in anarchy. The only thing anarchy really means is that people should be free to live in the way that they see best for themselves. That's it. International law means nothing. Like, seriously, what? So my country, South Africa, has been in breach of the international court multiple times. You know what happened to them? Because the international court actually doesn't have any power. More importantly, America is actually not part of the international court. America is also basically like kind of a member of the UN. America didn't want to join the UN in the first place. And the only way they could get America to join the UN was by telling them, okay, you get to veto anything and everything we vote on. But America could literally decide to leave the UN tomorrow, and then what's the UN going to do? Right? Nothing. So the whole idea of, the UN will stop them. The UN hasn't stopped shit. Russia invaded the Ukraine. What did the UN do? Nothing. What did the International Court do? Nothing. As it turns out, all of these organizations exist so politicians can get rich. That's it, right? They or their friends can get rich. It doesn't exist because it does something. It's a gentleman's agreement. They're basically coming together and saying, "Oh, we pinky swear." That's effectively what it is, right? It's just a pinky swear. As long as everyone agrees that the pinky swear is sacred, it works. The first guy that says, "Fuck it, I didn't pinky swear," it's over. So it is an anarchic system that exists between different countries, and for the most part, most of those countries utilize it perfectly well. The problem is that, to my mind, and obviously I'm not suggesting that everyone should believe this. This is my own view on things, but I genuinely believe that democracy is most likely the most evil system that has ever been invented in the history of the world ever. Because democracy is effectively the ability to vote for your enemy's dictator. That's all democracy is. It gives the majority the power to vote for the slave owner of the minority. That's it. That's it. And if you really start breaking it down, you realize just how evil that is. Not in a constitutional democracy. How's that different, though? Aragos, so constitutional democracy, you're effectively referring to America, right? Not really a democracy, constitutional republic, but that's effectively what you're referring to, yeah? Okay, what is the Constitution? What is it? It's an apex law. Who's the apex predator that defends that constitution? Who ensures that you can't break the constitution? The very people that it's meant to stop. The very government that is meant to answer to the Constitution also happens to hold all of the power over whether or not to act when the Constitution is being broken. You are effectively being protected by a piece of paper. Congratulations. Your piece of paper is probably useless. If a government really wanted to do things, they could just ignore the piece of paper. More importantly, and this has been shown in America time and time again, if the government doesn't agree with the piece of paper, the government literally just amends the piece of paper. So your apex law is about the worth of the paper that it is written on. Actually, it may actually be worth less. My toilet paper is most likely worth more than your piece of paper. Because the government that is meant to be controlled by this constitution can just change it. But you know what? I don't like the idea of people having free speech. Change it. Oh, you have free speech except for ... all of the speech that we don't like at this very time. It is now constitutional because we have changed the Constitution. The Constitution now says you don't have free speech. Congratulations. We don't like politicians, or we don't like the media saying mean things about us. I know, we'll change the piece of paper to say that you can't spread misinformation, and we'll also conveniently make ourselves the arbiters of what is and isn't misinformation. So, you know, we can shut down these journalists that say mean things about us that we don't agree with. Your piece of paper is useless. Congratulations, you're being governed by what? Air, effectively. But it would be more prudent if you had a literal tree as your president. Because at least under the tree, you could get some shade. Our states also hold more power than the Fed, which is also unique. The US as well, legally. Meeks, but that is being eroded slowly but surely. With every presidency, the Fed takes more and more power. People are too dumb to recognize when their rights are being taken. McDonough, why do you think that's the case? Why is it that people are too dumb to realize that their rights actually matter? Do you guys know that if the US government today removed free speech from the Constitution in its entirety, there would be a huge portion of Americans that would actually celebrate that move? That would actually celebrate it. They would be like, finally. Why? Like, how is it that you get morons on that level? Well, how did that happen? Pringles, I know. Jedi, how you doing, bro? Holy, how you doing? No, it wouldn't happen in any other system. Holy, there's plenty of systems where that wouldn't happen. It happens in democracy more often than not. It's education. You have all conveniently handed your children off to the government and told the government, hey, you know what? How about you guys raise our kids for us while we're out making money and, you know, working and shit? You raise our kids. What could possibly go wrong? The government, always in search of more power, realizes this is golden. We can raise the next generation of kids to basically hand us power? Like, bro, why not? We can teach these children that the government is the lovable uncle that just wants to do good. But the reason the government can't do the good things is because it's being held back by these evil laws that tell them they can't do this and they can't do that, and they can't ban the speech that makes you sad because there's this evil document that says they can't ban the speech that makes you sad. But we would love to ban the speech that makes you sad. The problem is we don't have enough people to get into power to ban the speech that makes you sad. So we need you to vote for us so that we can ban the speech that makes you sad. And you handed your kids over to the government thinking that the government wasn't going to do it, which maybe actually show the stupidity on your part for not realizing that a literal organization that would be filled 90-95% with sociopaths and psychopaths wouldn't try to indoctrinate your kids and turn them into little soldiers of the state. That's where it all went wrong. Yeah, I mean, Uncle Sam is probably one of the weirdest little things ever. Holy, I turned out fine because I happened to be raised by parents that were rational and logical, and I was also raised by my mother, who didn't work, who was a housewife, who was present in my life, who was at school all the time, right? Like almost every day, my mom would be at school helping out with some school thing. And I also grew up in South Africa. South Africa was a very different time. When I was in school, the government was trying to figure out how to get rich. They weren't really yet trying to indoctrinate kids. I think if I grew up in America, things would be very different. Remember, I was lucky enough that 1994 comes, the white government is voted out, the majority black government gets into power, and we have about 6-7 years of turmoil in the country, right? As the new government that is never governed is trying to figure out how to form and govern a country. So I grew up before any of the indoctrination. My brother, on the other hand, is a teacher, and I can tell you the indoctrination is alive and well right now. They have started in full force. I have seen their handbooks. I have seen the things that they teach these kids. They are there in full force. They are indoctrinating the little soldiers of the future perfectly well now. They didn't do it when I was in school because they weren't ready yet. It is indoctrination, toxic. You can understand why the founding fathers of America invented things like the pledge to the flag, like the flag being super important. The sad part is that while I think the founding fathers of America did it with the best of intentions, which is usually how these things start, it became corrupted by those in power that wanted simply more power. Which is how these things pretty much always go, right? Everything starts off as a really good idea, and then it gets turned into a really shit one by people in power simply wanting more power. That matters more than any one person or small group of persons. The Grey, that's exactly it. So the idea behind the flag was Americans are Americans because they serve and live under the same flag. Americans aren't Americans because they're white or black or brown. Americans are Americans because they exist under a single flag. That's what makes you American. And it was a good idea, and it worked for a time. America isn't called the melting pot of the world for no reason. Because America used to have one rule and one rule only. It doesn't matter what you believe in. It doesn't matter what God you pray to. It doesn't matter where you're from or what you look like. The only thing that matters is that you're American. And of course, if you live in Texas, that you also own a gun and eat brisket. Lots of it. But Texas is sort of its own place, right? It makes its own rules. But those are sort of that was the founding fathers' idea. And it was a good idea. The problem is just, as with all things, powerful people get into power, and what do? They remove that. They remove the original ideas, and they instead turn it into something truly terrible and horrible. I'm pretty sure the bloodline of those who first colonized America is pretty much diluted. Yes? Dude, I don't think there is such a thing as... Okay, so first and foremost, I don't think there is such a thing as a real American, right? There's also no such thing as a... Like, some people will go, I'm Italian-American. But then when you really look at their lineage, you realize very quickly, well, actually, they're not really Italian-American. They're like... There's like a bunch of different European lines in there. It just happens that their father is Italian or they have an Italian surname or whatever. I am from South Africa, Profian, yes. Why do you ask? See, the Grey, this is exactly why I'm an anarchist. For what you literally just said there. all movements that start out with good intentions eventually become corrupted, because that's what human beings do. Sociopaths and psychopaths look for power. It's what they want. And once they have an organization that they can sink their teeth into that will grant them that power, you bet your ass they're going to use it. No, Disco Option. Anarchy is not immune to corruption, but anarchy removes the vehicles of power to the point where, or it moves the vehicles of power far enough away from you that if you are corrupt and want to take control of the system, it becomes far more difficult because there is no one power structure. So in one city, maybe you have 5 or 6 municipalities of neighborhoods that do their own thing, even though they live very close together and they kind of make up one city. So if one evil, corrupt person wanted to take control of the whole city, they don't just get to conquer one municipality. They would have to conquer 5 or 6 municipalities, infiltrate them, and gain control of them in order to spread their corruption and take hold of the system. So, and then also you allow for people to move freely to their own, to their own heart's content. So if I don't like where my government is going, I can literally just leave and go somewhere else, which is not really possible in today's world. I know some of the Rothschilds' history, not much, but I know some of it. Communism, the community-focused type, not the government type. So I'm not an anarcho-communist. I am an anarcho-capitalist, but there's probably some kind of agreement there. There's a book by Michael Malice that basically reads, "The Black Flag Comes in Many Colors." And it basically goes into all of the different philosophical schools of thought of anarchy and how different anarchic schools think about different things. It's very interesting. It's a very interesting book. If you care about anarchy at all and you want to know what anarchy is all about. How do you coordinate roads, power grids, defenses, etc. in nations? Patches, this depends on what kind of anarchist you are. If you are like me, I believe that the free market should take care of that. Pay me when charge me when I drive on your road. And if I'm not driving on your road, you don't charge me because I'm not using your road. You build the road because you clearly want the road to go somewhere. You build it and you charge people if they use it. And if I don't use it, I don't pay for it. Simple as that. You let the free market take care of it. Like, what do you think is going to happen if a company opens their business 20 miles out of town? You think they're just not going to build a road? No, of course they are. Because they want people to actually come to their business. And so, yeah, you just let the free market take care of it. Anarcho-capitalism, it's a contradiction. The power of the money, abuse with their power, abuse that anarchism doesn't allow. There's no contradiction except for the fact that you don't understand what capitalism is. That's the only contradiction here. You don't know what capitalism is, so you think money doesn't do shit. Money is just a form of buying power. Money doesn't corrupt. Money doesn't do anything. It's just a form of buying power. It's the thing you use in order to buy stuff. No, that doesn't mean anything. The thing that people are so afraid of is the thing that is literally currently happening. Because people love to say, oh, of course we can't have anarchy. Because what do you do? Because one company is just going to take everything over and then be so big that they can tell all of us how we should and shouldn't live. How is that not happening today? Microsoft literally controls the entire space of your entire life. Anything you do, Microsoft knows about because you're all using Windows. You have 3 or 4 oil companies that control all of the oil in the world. No matter where it's gotten from, they control all of it. So basically what you're telling me is we can't have anarchy because we already have the thing that I think anarchy is going to be responsible for. But then how's that different? Like, how is that different? If your current system didn't stop that from happening, why are you afraid of anarchy? Like, what do you think is going to happen under anarchy that isn't currently happening? The mouse owns all. Mickey. It's possible. Linux is a good alternative, but still, I don't think it's not really a workable solution. And again, the reason for that is Microsoft has been allowed to gain so much power and influence that no one can challenge. Profian, that's not anarchy. That's just vandalism. That's not anarchy. In fact, most people that currently smash cars and burn houses tend to be communists. At least they say they are communists. I don't know if they are, but they claim to be. Anarchists. You see, the problem is most people think of anarchists as, you know, the movies portray them, you know, the people with spiky hair and the A on their leather jackets and look at me, look how cool I am. But that's not anarchy. That's just some kid being a moron that's trying to be different. That's not anarchy. I support that they're anarchists. No. So, again, it's very difficult because the schools of anarchy is so varied. I mean, there's so many schools of anarchy. You have anarcho-capitalist, you have anarcho-communists, you have I can't even remember all of them because some of them are so weird and out there. But then you have militant anarchists, right? These are people that actually believe in blowing up the government. They plot to basically destroy all vehicles of government. I don't trust them very much because usually at the core of such a movement sits another tyrant. You know, right now they're using this anarchy movement because it might get them into power, but once they get into power, they're going to be the same tyrant that they replaced. So I don't trust those. You need to Google, but I, for example, while I am violently anarchist, I am not for violent takeover, nor am I for violent destruction of property. Because I'm an anarcho-capitalist. Your property is your property. I have no right to destroy your property. It belongs to you. And to be clear, I don't think I will ever live in an anarchist world. Just to be clear. I know that most humans don't understand it, and most humans wouldn't want it. It's just my belief. But I know I'll never get it. The only way I will get it is if people finally woke up and realized that politicians are evil and should be, like, hated. Chile is narco-capitalist? I don't think there's not many South American countries that isn't some form of socialist, though. Take a shirt. Be well surprised if Chile is actually a narco-capitalist. I'm an anarchist in the sense that everyone should go, fuck you, I build everything myself and can defend it myself. Kind of, yeah, well, why not? They're about as evil and stupid as people are. Pretty much everyone is about as evil and stupid as people are, right? If not, that's fine. I'll probably be close to anarcho-capitalist, yeah. As I mentioned before, the Pareto distribution, Yeah, I mean, you can make a lot of arguments for a lot of things, Aragast, and there's arguably a lot of arguments for or against anarchy. The same way there are a lot of arguments for or against democracy, for or against constitutional republics, for or against literally anything. The system that I'm for, and this really, I will settle for this system no matter what form it takes. I want people to be free to make their dreams come true. That's it. As corny as that sounds, and I don't mean that in a corny, if your dream is to sit on the sidewalk and, go to the park every day and play music, then yeah, you're probably going to starve. But hey, if that's your dream, right? You don't expect me to take care of you if you just want to sit and do nothing all day. I just want a system where the ordinary man isn't being kept down by powerful people. That's the system that I would be okay with. If an ordinary man and woman could make their dream life come true through their own hard work without having to sidestep or dodge powerful politicians or government officials in order to actually just survive. Or you pay for the police? Yeah, who's oftentimes just as evil. Kizukimon, how you doing, bro? No, I don't know if... I've never played Bioshock, so I'm not entirely sure what Bioshock actually is. Politics comes corruption, even if it's just interest corruption. Yeah, of course. Politics are always going to attract corruption, because power corrupts. And absolute power corrupts absolutely. But what I want is... How do I explain this? If you want to start a computer repair shop, you should not have to go to the government in order to ask permission to open your computer repair shop. You should just be allowed to open it. You decide you want a computer repair shop, then open your computer repair shop. Why does the government need to be involved in that? I don't understand. Why must people get permits from the government in order to open a normal business? There are some places where I kind of guess I can understand it, like a doctor needs a medical license in order to open a practice. Okay, fine. I think I can still figure out a better way to do that where the government is involved, but even then, fine. I'll give you guys a great example. A few months ago, a dude in Africa, this is a dude in Africa. He's never gone to school. He's never gone to university. He was arrested because he won 29 court cases as a lawyer that represented other people. He won 29 court cases and he was arrested because he is not a lawyer. He doesn't have a law degree, so he's not allowed to practice law, but he won 29 cases. Why does the government get to tell someone whether or not they can practice law? The draft to worry about from government, true. Well, yeah, the Grey, he was representing other people. Of course. The Grey, from what I understand, no. From what I understand, the government arrested him because he wasn't a lawyer and he went to court. But I don't think it was people that he represented that pressed charges. The people that he represented were very happy. He fucking won. But you are making my point for me, though. If you didn't go to law school, but you understand the law, and you tell the person that you're representing that you didn't go to law school, but you do know the law, why can't you be their lawyer? Now, there might be countries that does actually allow that, but I know for a fact that my country, for example, doesn't allow that. You have to have gone to university to be a lawyer and to actually talk in court. Well, great. That's exactly the point, right? Is why don't you just let people sort out their own shit? Right? Like, just let people start what they want to start, do what they want to do, and let the markets take care of it. Because if you find out that this lawyer didn't go to university and he's absolute dog shit, you just tell everyone else in the town, don't go to this guy, he's shit. He's an absolute terrible lawyer. And that's it, right? The business closes, no problems. You must go to uni? Yeah, Jedi. Foul Smoke, that is true. You don't need to finish school in order to be president, but you do need to go to university in order to be a lawyer. Hope you're having a good day. Brando, how you doing, brother? Welcome to the stream. I don't know why we're talking politics, but we are. We're having an amazing conversation about anarchy. For some reason. I'm not entirely sure even how we got onto this conversation, but here we are. No one calls me Brando anymore? The Grey. I wasn't talking to you, though. Brando Calrissian, 1975, said, hey, how you doing? Hope you're having a good day. And I responded to him. Is your name Brando, though? I miss your random conversations. Oh, take a shirt. I mean, we have those all the time, though. Like this, for anyone that's new to this stream, specifically our YouTube audience, who's dangerously quiet. Like, I see you, Jedi. All the other people on YouTube are just like fucking checked out. But if you are on YouTube and this is your first time at a stream, I guess we could say, like a normal stream, not a show or whatever, things can get wild quick. We will talk about politics, and then suddenly we will talk about dicks, and then titties, and then cowboy boots, and then circle back to video games. Things can get very wild very quickly. Political systems are a broad topic and a bit lengthy. Yeah. I mean, I don't take political conversations too seriously. I think, as you guys know, I allow everyone to say what they think, and, you know, I share my opinion, but I never wanted to turn into screaming matches. And I know some people are very touchy when it comes to politics. So lawyers were only dictated by education and bar association once the government became the funder for defense. You see, Meeks, that's the thing. As soon as the government becomes involved, a bunch of useless laws and rules start to be implemented. Take a shot. I would say at the end, the government wins, always. That just seems to be the natural state of things. What am I looking for? Dude, I just saw a video, but then I accidentally closed down my browser. And now the video is gone. The thumbnail looked good. And then I closed the browser. And now the browser, like, now the thumbnail's gone. I hate this. Shift T. How's searching gonna help? I don't know what the video is called. No, I didn't click on it. I accidentally closed the browser. Like, I was closing the browser as, you know, I saw it. And I realized too late that, wait, that's an interesting thumbnail. But then it was already done. I had already closed it. It's already gone. It can no longer work. Yep. I just have to keep refreshing until it finally shows up. Final Lightning, how you doing? Oh, the Grey, don't worry about it. We'll watch something else. So what are we watching, chat? What do I want to watch? What am I in the mood for? Let's see your chat. So, I want to... That's too long. I don't want to react to something that's 2 hours long. I wanted to watch the How Good is Diablo 4 video, but that's 2 hours. I don't know if I care about Diablo 4 enough to watch 2 hours of a video. It's a podcast and Asmongold and stuff is on it. But 2 hours is too long, man. And too long for Diablo 4. I don't think I can do Diablo 4 that long. What's this game trailer? Legend of Grimrock 2. Maybe later, Aragast. Maybe later. I don't feel that right now. Mega Man, I play some ARPGs, but just for the story. I don't play ARPGs like most people play ARPGs. No, I don't want to play classic hardcore. If we are going to play games today, it's going to be Cyberpunk. If we're going to be playing games. I'm super tired, dude. I am genuinely just... I don't know why. I had a very bad night's sleep. Last night, after the stream, I spent 4 hours editing the videos. I only finished the videos 3:30, thereabouts. And then I only made like 4 thumbnails. I was too tired to keep going. I quickly ate, and then I was in bed. I fell asleep just after 5. I woke up just after 9. It was fun when I woke up. Which video is this, Cesius? I can watch this. I can watch this. This could be interesting. It's here. Every way to cook a burger. 30 ways. Who doesn't love seeing burgers being cooked?
The Burger Guide. We're gonna show almost every way to make a legit burger. 30 total methods.
There's no way there's 30 methods of making a burger unless you include nonsense ways. Like, for example, popping it into the microwave or some nonsense. Maybe then. But if you just do the normal, like, good ways, you can fry it on the pan, you can throw it on the barbie, and you can do it in the air fryer. That's pretty much the only way you can do a burger. What else are you going to do? You can't, I don't think you would ever be able to do that. But
we're splitting it amongst 3 categories: methods, classics, and what we're calling super burgers. And mommy burgers.
Hey.
Just kidding, that's not there. Our taste testers are eating every single burger, and they're gonna decide a winner of each category. And once we have those winners, I'm gonna combine them into one ultimate burger. Either this is gonna be horrifying or amazing. Listen, this isn't about crazy toppings or stunts. We're making real burgers. So here are the rules. Rule number 1, we are only using 75-25 ground beef. I hate 80-20. I've always hated 80-20. Please just get fattier ground.
Why would you hate 80-20? Look, I'm not saying that 80-20 is better. I personally prefer 70-30. I find 70-30 to be like the perfect ratio. But 80-20 is good as well. 80-20 is a little bit beefier, a little bit meatier, but it's still good. What do you mean there's different kinds? What? This option? What? Okay, we are talking about the meat to fat ratio of a burger. 80-20 means you have 20% fat to 80% meat. 70-30, 70-30. That's what we're talking about, right? And yes, there are different types of ground beef. If you go to your butcher and you ask your butcher for 80-20, or 75-25, they will give that to you. Or if you really want to save time on that shit, just ask your butcher for chuck. Like, that's it. Just say you want ground beef and it has to be chuck. Chuck, generally speaking, is 80-20. So if you take the whole chuck, you're technically going to get 80-20.
Beef. Rule number 2, they all have buns and it has to be made out of actual bread, okay? We're not doing ramen burgers. They're great, but not here. Rule number 3,
and arguably the most important.
No weird methods. We're not doing dishwasher, clothing iron, toaster oven, okay? We're not starting a grease fire here. Let's stick to cooking.
Good.
Rule number 4,
okay.
Because burgers are an American thing, we're only doing American burgers. No disrespect. I'm trying to keep this focused here. We're ready to go. Our judges will...
Okay, so someone said 93-7. Go-kart. In this moment, I have lost so much respect for you. 93-7. Why don't you just cut a piece of fucking beef and just shove it in your mouth? Like, why even have the fat at that point? Like, just take the meat, slice off a bit, and just eat that. Because you clearly aren't serious about a nice burger. 80-20. What you want is, as you bite into it, the fat just drips down into the bread. You want it like that. That is what makes a good burger. You have to get that fat running out of it. It almost needs to explode in your mouth. Like, poop. As you bite into it, it just pops into your mouth, like just an explosion of fat coating your entire mouth. Oh, so good.
We'll be ranking these on a scale of 1 to 10. 1 being like garbage can, and 10 being the greatest burger of their life. So let's make this, shall we? First, we're starting with methods, arguably one of the most important components.
Golgoth, actually, quite the opposite. Fat is incredibly healthy. You all came back round to butter, didn't you? Like, for a while, all the healthy people were telling you, oh, you have to use margarine. Margarine is the best one. And then we found out, oh, never mind, margarine actually kills you. Really bad for you, because as it turns out, seeds, not that good for you. Seed oils, poison. Literally, poison. Butter, really good for you. Like, really, really healthy. Fat, same thing. There is nothing unhealthy about fat. You could live off of fat. Like, just eat as much fat as you want. You'll be healthy as shit, bro. As it turns out, your body actually likes that shit. It doesn't do anything to it. It flourishes on fat. What your body doesn't want is carbs and unnecessary nonsense that it doesn't know how to break down. Time Bandit, how you doing, bro? I like me some fat, but I like a lean ground beef the best. I do like fatter meat for burger and other things. Yeah, but we are talking about burgers here. Go-Kart, you are making no sense. Are you high? Is this the Texas heat? Like, is it a very hot day today in Texas and you're dehydrated or something? Because we are absolutely discussing ground beef, ground meat for burgers. And you're saying, I like lean ground beef the best, but I do like fatter meat for burger. What are you even saying? Rico the Cat Girl, how you doing? MSG is also naturally occurring in many foods, so it's not as unhealthy as it was made out to be. True. 100% correct, Taco. Anything that has to be processed and carbs are poison. Truth. I have not lost the amount of weight that I have so far because of margarine and seed oils and no. It's been meat and fat, bro. That's all I fucking eat. And I feel good. Except I'm tired now because I haven't slept well. But normally, I feel really good, though.
And there are 15 burgers in this category alone. Some of these I've never used before. Burger number 1. You'll never guess. Air fryer. Air fryer. If I win, I get to destroy this thing.
Why do you want to destroy an air fryer?
How are you going to make 2 completely different potato recipes?
So not only did Josh take a big loss to the air fryer, he also then smashed it up rather than giving it away.
Josh destroyed the air fryer because it destroyed him.
So I can believe he didn't count the time he took to set up.
An air fryer is basically just a convection oven. It's incredibly useful.
Should have named it How I Cheated to Beat an Air Fryer.
Why does he hate air fryers, though?
I will never second guess an air fryer again, except maybe as a burger maker. Heat your air fryer to 375 Fahrenheit. Make sure your patty is at least 8 ounces.
Yeah, I don't know
because
if it's
will
gonna make a
shrink.
good burger,
I flattened this
though.
out as wide as I could without making it too thin. Season it to taste with salt and pepper.
You see, on a burger, you want the char marks. I have actually found that the best way to do a burger is in cast iron. Like, cast iron, I think, is the best way to do a burger. Because cast iron does, like, a really nice char mark on it. Whereas the air fryer is not going to create that char mark. It's going to fry it, but I don't know if that's going to be as good. Like, maybe if you're in a hurry, but otherwise, fuck that.
Popped it in the air fryer for 8 to 10 minutes. 1 slice of American cheese on it for the last minute of cooking. Finish the burgers on toasted buns, which both sides have been sauced. And before you ask, yes, anytime you see a sauce in the methods, we're using the same sauce, so don't worry. We got a little bit of control here. And that is our air fryer burger.
That looks
Time
good, though.
For ratings. And remember,
Does that
1
look
is
good?
the worst
Yes,
burger you
it
have
looks
ever
good.
had in your life. And 10 is the best burger I done ever eaten, if that makes sense. Today's taste testers are Vikram, Kendrick, and Angela.
This looks so gross.
A 3, 5, and another 3. 11 points
But it
total.
looked
I'm
good,
sorry,
though.
okay? I didn't
Chris,
vote
how you
on
doing,
this
bro?
one. Don't get mad at me. Next, burger 2, the George Foreman. You know, I've never used one of these.
No,
I'm not really
no,
sure.
no,
I guess
no.
green light means
This is
go. Spray
wrong,
with oil,
though.
Burger on. Close little Georgie up.
Okay, but you're just wasting 75-25 beef there. Because the 25% fat is gonna end up in the bottom of this little tray thingy. So you could have just used absolute lean, and that would have been it.
And I guess the green light goes away. Okay. Everybody was telling me on set that the comments would yell at me if we didn't put this drip tray here, so there it is. All right. Surprisingly, it worked. All the fat's dripping out, which is not good in my opinion. Okay, green light's back.
No,
Burger's
that's-
done. Bottom bun sauced. I cheesed up our
That thing's
patty.
gonna be
sauced top
dry as.
bun
Oh
on.
my
Now
god! Look at that, bro. You need like a 2 liter of like Pepsi or Coke in order to eat this thing. It is dry, bro. Look at that. There's not even a drop of fat on this thing.
for ratings. 3, 3, and 3. Wow, this is not looking good.
It's
Now
actually
we're gonna
high.
try a deep fry process.
This could be
Gross,
good.
or maybe not.
Okay, so if you deep fried it in beef tallow, that would actually be good. Like, I can actually see that tasting phenomenal. Like, imagine you get yourself some Wagyu fat and you deep fry it in Wagyu fat. Like, that could be so good.
So I got a big pot of oil, about 350 Fahrenheit. I got about an 8-ounce patty, flattened it out. I seasoned it, I lowered it into my frying oil and let it cook for about 3 to 4 minutes. Pretty aggressive frying. Take it out, looks nice. Drain, and it's kind of fat, but whatever. Now assemble, and well, that's a fried burger. Now onto the ratings. 5, 4, and a 4. Good lord, this is a tough crowd. But
Yeah, you
we
should have
need
used
it.
beef tallow.
We have to head outside for burger number 4, a charcoal grill.
Here we go.
burger. I can
This
hear
is gonna
Hank Hill
win.
Crying in the
This
business.
has to win.
Preheat a charcoal grill. Once your charcoal's white, grill your burger as you would, real hot, 3 to 4 minutes per side.
Dude, there is nothing in this world that makes meat taste as good as charcoal. Not actually charcoal. In South Africa, we use wood. We don't actually like charcoal grills. We prefer wood grills. But it's the same idea, right? It imparts that smoke flavor into the meat. And it's that smoke flavor that gets you addicted to it. Like, you're just, oh my gosh, this is going to be so good, though.
You flip, you put some cheese on, and we assemble it exactly the same. Sauce at bottom and top bun, put it together, and that is a grilled burger. I'm feeling good about this. I love it. It's a classic.
I'm excited for this.
It's nice and pink on the inside.
6, a second 6, another 6. Ooh.
I feel like he probably went with, like, I feel like all of these people are from the most northern parts of America, where they only eat in like 5-star fucking restaurants and whatever. So when they eat burgers, it comes out of an elephant's ass or whatever. So they're not used to just good old fashioned burgers. That was a 10. If he grilled that burger correctly, that is a 10.
Yeah, not a good number. Sitting at 18 points. For burger number 5, we can step it up a bit more. What about a pizza
That's a
oven?
6.
So we
What
preheated our
wins?
pizza oven to about 700 degrees with a cast iron skillet inside. Yes, 700. It's a pizza oven. What do you expect? Season our burger. Again, 6 to 8 ounces. I removed the hot skillet, press that patty down in there. You want it to adhere. Skillet back in, cook for 2 minutes, flip in another 2 minutes. Boom, it is done. Probably.
How is this different to just normal, like, cast iron pan? The fact that you have to flip it, how is this different?
One of the fastest burgers of all time. Cheese goes on, dress it up, assemble it with your sauced buns, and that is a pizza oven burger. It looks nice, to be honest, but can it dethrone the charcoal grilled? A 7 and a 2? Oh, a 7. 16
A
points.
2?
Moving on to probably one of our weirdest. A pressure cooker. Look, you season your patty, and I guess you turn the pressure cooker on to get hot, put it in there, get a little bit of sizzle, add in a bit of beef broth, close the lid, high pressure for 8 minutes.
No.
It can be a little bit weird, so keep your eyes on it. Well, it's done, I guess. And it looks gross as well. Look at that. Wow, I'm shocked. Well, anyway, we're gonna assemble it as per usual, and on to our ratings. 0. That's unnecessary. 1. Okay. 2. So 3 points.
I would not
Let's
have
step it up
done
with something
that.
a little more fancified. Number 7, a braised burger. So we're searing our seasoned patty in a Dutch oven, you know, get a nice color on both sides. It's gotta be better, right?
I feel
Once
like
it has a
no
nice
one
crust
ever
on both
does
sides,
this.
I took it out. By the way, this is like an 8-ounce patty, so it's pretty much rare on the inside. And you can't have a braise without liquid.
Wait, Twisted, I don't think their taste buds are dead because of the Lost Burger, though. You're not referring to the Lost Burger. Because basically, it's just a boiled burger. You pressure cooked a burger. Like, what were you expecting? It wasn't, of course, it wasn't going to taste good. You don't boil burgers. You don't boil meat unless you want to boil it to the point where it falls apart. In which case, get yourself a brisket, boil the shit out of that thing, or braise it, and then make pulled brisket buns, I guess, is what you would call it.
So we'll add a little bit of onion, some garlic, brown sugar, let it saute a bit. Maybe we toss in some Dijon mustard, some beer, scrape off the Maillard on the bottom, bring it to a simmer, place the patty back in, close the lid, and just let it gently simmer and braise.
No one likes
like
a boiled
this.
burger, Lucids. No one likes a boiled burger, bro.
After like 8 minutes, because let's be honest, this can't braise that long, it's done. So that is what a braised burger looks like. I don't know if I hate it. Now on to our ratings. First score, a 7. Second, a 6. A 5. Braised is currently tied with charcoal grill.
How?
Moving on to burger number 8.
Wait, how?
Oven roasted. So we're going to roast this all the way through. Literally seasoned patty, oven at 375. You cook it in there for like 15 to 20 minutes. Take it out for a little cheese. You melt the cheese. This is pretty basic, right? Put it together on sauce buns. That's it. I don't know how I feel about this. It's kind of weird. It felt dry coming out, which I'm not a fan of, so I have a feeling it's not going to be good. On to our ratings. Oven roasted gets a 2, another 2, and a 3. So not good.
Mediocre.
On to burger number 9, reverse sear.
okay.
This seems unnecessary, but maybe it's not. We've got an oven at 275 Fahrenheit, a 68-ounce patty seasoned in there for 1 hour.
Reverse sear
Yes, it's gonna take a
seems
while to cook
like
at that
super
low of a temperature. We're
unnecessary.
looking for 140 internal temperature. Heat it up a
You're
cast iron
making
skillet,
burgers?
sear it on
Somehow
both
we can
sides
do
for about
that.
1 to 2 minutes or until you got that nice, beautiful
What?
crust. Cheese on top, melt,
this is-
sauce buns.
So I feel like he's just thrown a number of things in here for no reason whatsoever. Like, he's just popped a number of things in here because he needed a bunch of cooking methods. If you're gonna reverse sear a burger, it needs to be at least twice that thickness. And maybe then I can argue, okay, I see why you would reverse sear that. It would burn on the outside before it's even close to ready on the inside. But that burger is so thin. Reverse searing it, why? It doesn't add anything.
And that's a reverse sear burger. What I noticed about the reverse sear is that it retained an unbelievably perfect shape with very little shrinkage, even after searing. Feels like an enormous waste of time, but maybe it's not. Let's find out. A 4, okay, not a good start. 5, 14 total. Sorry, not a winner. Now for burger number 10, broiled. Set your oven broiler to high heat, season patty about 6 ounces, pop it underneath the broiler for about 6 to 8 minutes, flip in another 4
It's
more
the
minutes.
scientific
Add your
method,
cheese, pop it
all
in
right.
the oven, melt onto your sauced buns, and well, that's actually it. That's a broiled burger. Doesn't look too bad. Hopefully we start
It
getting
actually
some better
looks
ratings.
crispy.
So that comes in with a 5, a 3, and another 3. These guys are mean.
Dude, I don't know what these guys want, though. Like, they should have started with the highest rated burger from these guys so that we could at least see what the bar is. because at this point, it feels like they're just downgrading it. Like, no, it's just going to be bad. Not a single burger has even scored an 8. Not even the charcoal burger.
This next burger, I think I might hate with every single fiber of my being. Burger number 11, the steamer. You might as well call it a Cleveland steamer because it's disgusting. You're gonna boil some water in a pot, steam the basket on top. No. Assembly. First, a little ramekin. You're gonna add some white cheddar cheese. Then another steamer basket goes on top, which will contain your seasoned patty that's on a parchment sheet.
This can't be good.
Lid on and you steam for 8 to 10 minutes. Now, my thought is,
it's gonna get a 0.
Why are we
across
doing
the
this?
board.
But I'm following this to the exact specifications of what a steamer supposedly is supposed to be. Now, you sauce your buns, you put on your steamed burger patty, and then pour the molten broken cheese sauce on top. God, that looks awful. I have no doubt in my mind that the crew already hates this. This one's gonna be rough.
It looks like there's old mac and cheese. Oh.
A 0. Yep. Minus 10. Okay.
Wow.
And a 0. Say less.
Yeah, I thought as much. There's no way you're
On to
eating
burger
that
number
shit.
12, sous vide. There might be something here. Add a seasoned 6 to 8 ounce patty to a Ziploc bag. Pop it into a 132 Fahrenheit sous vide water bath. This is gonna cook.
You know what else sort of puts me off? I've never had this, but I've seen someone make it before. Maybe there's someone in the chat that knows what this is, but it's what do you call those things? It looks like lettuce, but it's not lettuce. It also has those giant leaves, but you actually have to cook it. You can't just eat it raw. It doesn't taste like lettuce at all. At all. No, it's not. I can't believe it's not. Cabbage. That's the one. Yes, cabbage. You take a cabbage leaf and then you roll the cabbage. Then you take minced pork. You put it inside the cabbage leaf and then you roll up the cabbage leaf and then you put that entire thing into a steamer. And apparently you eat that. It's like an Asian thing. The Asians eat that. How is that not disgusting? Benzu, we already covered it. Already saw it, bro. How you doing, man? Thanks for the first one, chat. Really appreciate that. To me, what you have there is minced pork with no texture. You just have a soggy mess. I could understand if you took the minced pork, made it into like a cylindrical form, then maybe fried it in order to give it some texture, and then rolled it inside the leaf and put it inside the steamer. That may work, but I feel like the other things wouldn't work. Do you like Asian food though, Akko? Only one type of Asian food, which is mixed chow mein. That's the only thing I eat from the Chinese food place. Mixed chow mein. Or some places call it assorted chow mein, which is beef, chicken, pork, and fish, or really prawns. That's it, with noodles. And I don't know what noodles, it's just noodles. I've never asked for a specific type of noodle. A noodle's a noodle. And that's all I eat. Oh, and dumplings. I don't mind dumplings. I don't eat any of the other weird stuff. I don't ever order sushi. That's just disgusting. Why would I eat something raw? We figured out fire thousands of years ago. Cook it. So I don't eat sushi. I also don't like anything that's weird. I once saw my dad order sweet and sour pork balls or some shit, and it just looked weird. And I'm not into that shit. I'm not putting something in my mouth that I'm not entirely sure what even it is. So I decided not to ever even venture there. I go to the Chinese place and I say, mixed chow mein or assorted chow mein, thank you. I get it. I eat it. It's nice. Edward, it looks weird. I don't know why, but I saw it and it looked weird to me. Love Asian food I can't eat since I have seafood and fish allergies. Red meat tends to dominate my good groups. Red meat's the best meat anyways. Edward, you have no idea how boring I am when it comes to food, by the way. Okay, so when you go to a pizza place, what's your standard order, and how often do you get your standard order? Don't you eat tartar? Yeah, tartar sauce. Yeah. I'll do tartar sauce. Akalon's lunch today? Jugger, no. My lunch today is ribeye steak. All good food looks weird, Echo. That's not true. My assorted chow mein looks brilliant. It looks yummy. I don't know. I don't eat steak tartare. Like, screw that. Raw steak. And just because it's cut into cubes, suddenly that's good. No, it's raw. Cook that shit. At least to medium rare, and we can talk. Ham and mushroom at least once a month. Tashab, how you doing? Okay, so I don't do a lot of pizza. I haven't had pizza in probably 4 months. Actually, literally 4 months. I haven't had pizza in 4 months. But the only thing I get at the pizza place, if I do get pizza, pepperoni, extra cheese, pineapple. Those 3 things. Pepperoni, extra cheese, pineapple. Mwah. One of the best pizzas you can have. Sometimes, maybe if I'm feeling adventurous, I'll say, hold the pineapples and give me jalapeno instead. But that's like the only, that's like every once in a while. Only to treat myself. I'll do jalapeno instead of pineapple. But pineapple and pepperoni slaps, bro. It slaps. Pineapple's ads to make coming. If you do not eat pineapple on pizza, you're a moron. Like, you don't know what is good. Sweet and salty works so well together because you take a bite of the pizza and you get that terrible sweetness or saltiness from the pepperoni and the cheese. And then you have a bit of pineapple alongside it and it just breaks it with a nice bit of sweetness and a tiny bit of sourness. It's just perfect. It is absolutely so good. How about pizza chicken curry with pineapple? Nope. It's a lot of words that shouldn't go near a pineapple. Elizabeth, how are you doing? Pineapple pizza is one of the most popular in Sweden. In South Africa as well. It's called an Hawaiian pizza, and every pizza place has it. Because it is, that and the margarita are the 2 most popular pizzas in South Africa. You can go anywhere in South Africa and you will get a margarita or an Hawaiian pizza. Not everyone sells pepperoni pizza, though. And I found a place that said they sell, like, they told me on the menu it says pepperoni pizza. And then I got my pizza and it was salami. And I was like, bro, this is not pepperoni. This is a salami pizza. What are you trying to pull here? It's not the same, but that's because a lot of people in South Africa thought at first that pepperoni and salami is the same thing. There's no difference. Salami is good. Like, a good salami is good, but it's not pepperoni. That's not what I want on my pizza. Salami with cheese on a sandwich, now that can go. Don't forget, pineapple in a pizza shouldn't be legal. Golgoth, you French can go fuck yourself. If you don't eat pineapple on pizza, you're wrong. There's nothing more to discuss. You are wrong.
For about 45 minutes to an hour. Okay, this is gonna take some time. Now take the patty out, pat it dry with a paper towel, and immediately sear in a ripping hot cast iron skillet till you get that nice crust. Flip and sear on the other side. Don't forget to add your cheese, put it on your sauce buns, and there is a sous vide burger. I doubt this is the first, but I don't know why anyone would do this. Hopefully this leans to something better.
I need to buy myself a sous vide, bro.
8, okay, a 7 and an 8. Sous vide is now the new leader with 23 points.
Sous vide
burger
takes
number
it?
13, sears
Wow,
on.
makes sense.
I just wanted to add this
doesn't
because
it?
it seemed cool. You're gonna need quite a thin patty because, well, it's a searsall. You're not putting any ambient temperature around this other than the direct flame. So seasoned patty.
The gray, it might surprise you, but I wasn't always a carnivore, right? Want a bacon burger now? Oh my God. Double bacon cheese burger would actually slap right now. I wasn't always carnivore. There was a time where I ate literally everything. I didn't get to the size I am now by selectively eating, right? And back before I was a carnivore, I would have pizza, right? In fact, before I switched to carnivore, I would almost eat more carbs and veggies and shit than I would eat meat. Like, far more than I would eat meat. Now, I made a pizza. Wow. Let's call it a pizza, but it's not a pizza. It's like a carnivore pizza. But I made myself one like a month ago because I was really in the mood for pizza. So you take cream cheese, like normal Philadelphia cream cheese or whatever cream cheese you have. You take 250 grams of cream cheese. I don't know what the hell that is in freedom units, so you Americans go figure this shit out on your own time. But you take 250 grams of cream cheese. Then you take 3 eggs. You take 250 grams of mozzarella and about 50 grams of Parmesan cheese. You mix all of that together. So you literally mix all of it until it forms like a sort of just between runny and stiff dough. You put that into a baking tray with some baking paper into the oven for 20 minutes at 100 and what did I do it at? I think I did it at 200 degrees Celsius. Again, don't know what that is in freedom units, so figure that out for yourself. 200 degrees Celsius for 20 minutes. Take it out. And the only thing I had on it that wasn't an animal product was garlic. So I took normal garlic, cloves of garlic, minced that up, just sort of rubbed it a little bit on top of the pizza, then more mozzarella cheese topped with salami. Back in the oven to melt that shit up, and it was so good. It was so good, actually. It's rich. It is very rich. Like, the amount of cheese you're getting is rough, but it is super, super good as a carnivore pizza. But it's no pizza. Like, don't go into it thinking, oh my God, this is going to taste exactly like a pizza. It does not taste exactly like a pizza. Nowhere close.
About 6 ounces, flattened, wide and thin. Pop your flame. The edges did start to curl a little bit, so I kept flipping and searzaling until I had a nice crust.
Take a shirt. I can't have tortillas. I think that's how you pronounce that. But I can't have tortillas. I only eat meat, right? Or actually, I only eat animal products. The only exception in my life that isn't an animal product is the coffee that I drink and the Stony no sugar that I drink. But those are the only 2 exceptions in my life. Everything else is just animals. So unless you have meat tortillas, I can't eat those. Hot buttery flour tortilla. Okay, I will also say I've never had tortillas, so I have no idea if they are actually good. I've had naan bread once in my life. That was actually pretty good. Never had it again though, so it was clearly not that good. I'm not what you would call an adventurous eater. I sort of find things I like and then that's just what I like. For example, let's say it's Friday night and you're going to go out and you're going to go grab some food somewhere, right? Takeaway or takeout, whatever you guys say in the rest of the world. But you're going to go grab food. Where do you go? Like, what is your favorite place to go? Outtake. The hell's outtake? Indian Domino's, I guess. My air fryer. No. Elizabeth, you can't do that. Elizabeth, it has to be a takeout place. You can't, like, don't fucking give me that. I'll make it myself. We're not after you making it yourself. It has to be a shop that prepares it for you. The shop, I'm looking at you as well. None of that nonsense of eating at your mom's place. Where do you go to buy food? Can't be a family member or yourself. Good burger places I go to: Teriyaki, Texas Roadhouse, local Chinese takeout. My top takeout place is Indian. Second is probably barbecue. Okay, so this has to be your first choice. You can't think what you want to have, so this is just the one that you go for because that's just what you go for. Mine? I can't eat anything? Okay, that makes sense, though, Elizabeth. If you have to make all of your own stuff, that makes sense. We have a takeaway Italian near us that does amazing pasta or steak. I've never ordered a pasta in my life at a restaurant. I don't see the point. If you can have pasta, why not have pizza? You know, Why torture yourself with the healthier of the two options? Fuck that. Get a pizza. It's far more delicious than a pasta. But no, my go-to restaurant when I can't figure out what I'm in the mood for, and this also then turns into just what I always pretty much buy from, KFC. A good old Kentucky Fried Chicken, bro. And the burgers, I don't like the chicken pieces at KFC. The burgers at KFC, like you get yourself a nice Colonel burger, some fries, maybe a twister on the side, like a nice chicken twister. Really good. Yeah. That's a good meal. No, I don't like the chicken at KFC. Their chicken isn't good. KFC doesn't have burgers? Phasmoke, yeah, I usually go for the Zinger burger with the white sauce, not the Zinger sauce. The Zinger sauce burns too much. The Zinger burger with the white sauce is what I usually go for. But yes, KFC has burgers, although I should say, in the rest of the world, or in America at least, you guys call them sandwiches. We don't refer to it as a sandwich. It is a burger. It's a chicken burger. And it's really good. Like, their burgers are next level. I would argue KFC probably has the best chicken burgers in South Africa. I don't think there's a single place that has better chicken burgers than KFC. They ignore that burger is short for hamburger. Yes, but we replaced it by saying chicken burger. We removed the ham and we said chicken. We don't call it a chicken hamburger. That would be wrong because there's no ham in there. It's a chicken burger. Technically, it's the same thing. It makes perfect sense to me.
On both sides, and it was cooked through. So maybe like 3 to 4 minutes total. You will set off the fire alarm if you do this, by the way. No surprises there. Add your cheese, melt it on with the Searzall. Assemble onto dressed buns, and that is your Searzall burger. Time for some ratings.
I think because it was on fire, it's still so warm.
A 6, an 8.
I actually think, Saban, just by the way, apart from the joking, I don't actually think that the hamburger was invented in Hamburg. I was watching this video, this was long ago, so I could be mistaken. But there was actually this video that showed that the hamburger was actually not invented in Hamburg, Germany. But it was actually invented in America. I think the reason they said that it was that it got its name was actually because of the guy that first made it, if I'm not mistaken. What is this, Abaddon? The modern hamburger was developed in the United States, but by the end of the World War II, around the middle of the 20th century, it began to spread to other countries as fast food became globalized. The main cause of this gradual globalization was the success of the large restaurant chains. Well, there you go. Is hamburger German or American? Information according to the Food Lover's Companion. The name hamburger comes from the seaport town of Hamburg, Germany, where it is thought to... Okay, so it's not... We would have to read too much about this. It is like the Hawaiian was invented in Canada, and a doner kebab was invented in Germany. Yeah. And a chicken tikka masala was invented in the UK. I don't know what a chicken tikka masala is, but I'll take your word for it.
8 and a 5. Okay, so we have a new second place burger. Burger number 14, grill pan. This is for people who don't have outdoor grills. Gotta look out for everyone. Ripping hot grill pan. Press it lightly so it gets those nice grill
This is good,
sear
by the way.
2 minutes,
this is how you do it.
Sear another 2 minutes.
This is really
flip,
good.
Sear
This
again for another minute or two. Quarter turn, another minute. Add your cheese and let it melt. Obviously, I should have mentioned the patty was seasoned. Okay, we don't do anything that's not seasoned here. All right, assemble that bad boy. It looks nice. I'm not gonna lie. I'm very happy with this one. Now we rate.
Did you see that? Did you see that? Look at when he pushes on top of it. Just look at those juices, bro. Just look at those juices.
Okay, we don't do anything that's not seasoned here. All right, assemble that bad boy. It looks nice. I'm not gonna lie. I'm very happy with this.
You see that? Like, tell me you're seeing that. It's just running out of it. Oh, this would explode in your mouth. It would be so good.
Now we rate. First up, our first 9.
There we
5,
go.
and another 9. We have
Dude,
another
I
first.
feel like this guy just doesn't like burgers. I feel like this guy just hates burgers, but he forgot to tell people that, oh, by the way, I don't like burgers at all. So it doesn't matter what he gives him. He's just not going to fucking like the burgers. Why are we going to die early, Samurai?
Placed high already. Burger 15, smoked. Look, you're gonna need a fatty patty. You're gonna need probably a 7 to 8 ounce patty. Thicky boy. Seasoned
Smoke could also be
generously.
good.
Pop it in a smoker for 1 to 1.5 hours until an internal temperature of about 155 Fahrenheit.
What grease? It's all fat? It's all beef fat, Samurai? And that shit is super healthy, so that won't kill you. The only grease you have to worry about is seed oils. As long as you cook your shit in beef fat, you're good. You can drink that shit if you want, but don't do that. It's very hot when it's liquid, but you could, and you'd be fine.
Yes, it's past medium rare, I know, but trust me here. Sauce a bun, get your patty on there, add a nice slice of cheese, ideally melted. Put your sauce top
I like the
on, and
color.
crown our final challenger in the method category. This one smells and looks so beautiful, it could very well be the winner.
I have 3 things in which I cook my food. The first is tallow. The other one that I sometimes use, although not often, but I will use it from time to time, is pork fat. Like pork fat is actually also quite good. Or ghee. I don't like butter as much, but ghee. Dude, ghee is really good. Like the fat content in ghee just make things so beautiful. Tallow is beef fat, Fowlin. So you basically go to your butcher, you get like a shit ton of beef fat, throw it inside a pot. Steamer would be good. But if you can't get a steamer, just do what I do. Pressure cooker, and you just leave it overnight. Let all of that fat render down. Then throw the liquid gold into a separate container, and there you go. You have fat. Cooking fat for literally everything. And I agree, seed oils are... Like, dude, the amount of stuff that I've now learned about just how absolutely poisonous seed oils are for our bodies is ridiculous. Dude, you are literally ingesting the worst thing you can do. If you do one healthy thing for yourself, just cut out seed oils. Like, don't worry about anything else. Just get away from seed oils, and you'll be quite good. Anyone use YouTube Premium Lite? Snubby, no, I just have YouTube Premium. I didn't even know there was a light version of YouTube Premium.
It's all on this burger. I don't know if this one's gonna make it. Okay, we've got an 8, 7, and we got a 9. Burger number 15, the smoked burger, wins our method category.
Nope.
Olive oil is alright. Olive oil is better than seed oil, but I would still just go for fat. If you're gonna use olive oil, why not just use fat? It's far healthier for you. You can have as much of it as you want. It adds a lot more flavor to your food. You know, that's fine. But olive oil is a lot better than seed oils. So yeah, I would. Bacon grease is also so good. Cooking anything in bacon grease. Well, bacon is just good all around, right? You can have as much bacon as you want. Correct me if I'm wrong, but carnivore diet is high in saturated fats, which can cause elevated LDL and bad cholesterol and put you at risk for heart disease. All of the people I know that is on the carnivore diet, Samurai, will have 0 problems with their cholesterol, because most of the studies we now find show that it is not the saturated fat that is the problem. It is saturated fat alongside unsaturated fat alongside carbs. So they did these studies with different groups where they gave one group a diet very high in saturated fats, another group a diet very high in unsaturated fats, and then another group very high in like a mixture of all. And the group that had the balanced diet was far worse than the group on purely saturated fat. Meat is good. It's literally what we ate for thousands of years. We ate just meat. In fact, we believe that that's why we got intelligent, was because unlike all of the other apes, for some reason, we figured, hey, let's just catch some fish and see how that goes. And then we started eating the fish, and our brains were like, holy shit, dude, there's so many nutrients. Let's go. And we got super smart as a result of that. And fat for thousands of years. Only recently we started to get sick from this, but we don't get sick from this. All of the research that people have that claim, that meat is making us ill and that fat is making us ill, are all based on useless studies. Like, if you actually look at the studies, the first guy that dreamt up this idea that, Americans should eat less meat was a dude that looked at the diet of CEOs and executives in, I believe, Chicago, it was like Chicago or Illinois. And then he compared the rate of heart disease to people in Italy, like just all people in Italy. And he concluded that because the executives in Chicago are having more heart attacks than the people of Italy, clearly we should eat more carbs and less meat, because the executive people were eating a lot more meat in Chicago. Which, if you just use a little bit of logic, you go, well, that's a bullshit study. What? How could you even begin to argue that? You're not accounting for anything. Like, for example, the executives in Chicago smoke and drink every day of their lives. Most of them are borderline alcoholics. That could have something to do with it. Also, they have very stressful jobs. That could have another thing to do with it. That was where the lie sort of started, and since then, everyone's just sort of used the same lie. Carnivore diet is so unhealthy. No civilization has ever done this. Literally every civilization has done this. Not only is it not sustainable, it's expensive. How is it not sustainable? I did carnivore, I lost weight, but felt like shit. I'm vegan with no added fat. Yeah, you are literally living like no human in the history of the world has ever lived. How do we know this? Because we know that there are actual tribes today that have no contact with the outside world that still live as carnivore. There's tribes in Africa that refuse to integrate with anyone else. They have ate meat and honey for thousands of years. That's how they eat. That's how their ancestors eat. They are healthy. They are going on with their lives perfectly fucking happy. No questions asked. The Eskimos do not touch anything other than meat. Why? Because nothing grows in the North Pole. So what the hell would they eat there? What would they grow? Where's the avocados coming from? I wonder. The problem that I have with vegans, and I'm not a guy that really wants to tell other people how they should live. You should make the choice based on how you feel good. What I hate about vegans is that, how do you know someone is a vegan? They'll fucking tell you. And then they'll continue to sell you on all the superfoods that you should be eating. The problem with the superfoods that you should be eating is that none of those superfoods existed 50 years ago. Like, they're mentioning the superfoods without which you can't exist. But it literally didn't exist 50 years ago. Most of those foods were only grown in the last 50 years. 100 years ago, those exact fruits would have killed you. Also, avocado is a superfood. When the fuck did the European tribes get access to avocado? I don't know if you've noticed, but it's not exactly native to Europe. So what? Did all the Europeans just fucking die because they couldn't get access to the avocado? As it turns out, most of these superfoods don't grow everywhere. In fact, it almost grows nowhere. So the argument that, humans are supposed to be vegan only makes sense if you're a moron. If you don't know anything about human biology or anything about history or anthropology. It's the only way you can make the argument humans have been vegan, because it's literally not backed up by any of the science. It's only you that want to pretend like, I'm doing something good for the environment. In fact, dude, it's not. Vegans destroy more of the environment than animal eaters ever will. The only reason vegans don't seem to understand this is because they don't have the ability to think through logic. Do you know how many ecosystems have to be destroyed just to grow your superfoods? Because unlike my cows that can just walk around and do their own fucking thing, your food is so finicky that nothing can be left to survive. We have to basically slaughter everything in its path, because if anything comes into contact with a soybean, the soybean dies or it contracts some kind of disease. So we basically scorch earth, the ground that you grow it on, and then we call it organic because it's not actually organic, but it's just that we're not using pesticides on the food. Of course, we are using pesticides, but we get away with it because the pesticides doesn't actually make it into the food, even though it actually does. But never mind. We won't even argue about this. You are destroying far more of the planet than what I am. I am just simply following the diet that I want to follow because it's the one that makes the most sense for me, and also it happens to be the one that makes me feel the best. I feel better now than I've ever felt before, and I'm eating meat, and I'm loving it. I would actually go so far as to say, I was watching this video, and it was actually not even meant to be a video about food. It was just a lady that sort of showed how she's trying to convince her baby to eat broccoli. And she's trying to give her kid broccoli. It's a baby. And this baby is literally having gag reflexes as the mother tries to give this broccoli to the baby. All right? The baby doesn't want this. And the baby literally reaches past the broccoli for the meat. Picks up the meat and starts fucking chowing down. Which at that age should suggest that the baby is picking up something about whatever the fuck you're giving it to eat that it doesn't want. It genuinely doesn't want that. No one's strawmanning you, Jonah. No one's strawmanning you. Superfoods are a scam. Potatoes grow everywhere. Actually, potatoes don't grow everywhere, Jonah. Ireland got potatoes about 150 years ago. Before that, there were no potatoes in Ireland, which is actually one of the funny things because Ireland is known for its potatoes now, but it wasn't a thing that grew in Ireland before 150 years ago. No, potatoes don't actually grow everywhere. They grow everywhere now, but they don't grow everywhere all the time. I believe potatoes also actually come from South America. It's where they found it first, and then they started moving it all over the world because it happens to be a vegetable that can grow everywhere. It doesn't mean that it did. All man-made diets are kind of fads, though. Just eat what you would do in nature. Algren, I actually agree with that, right? I am not, like I said, I don't want to tell people what they can and can't eat. I have plenty of friends that are vegan. I have plenty of friends that are vegetarians. I don't give a shit, right? If that makes you feel good, fucking eat that way. I don't care. I don't think people should be... I don't think you should get ideological about your diet, if that makes sense. Like, you can have facts and you can have a debate about what those facts represent and how people should potentially eat. But it shouldn't become an ideological thing. The second you start, becoming the things that you eat, I think you've gone too fucking far. I would say it's more like it reaches for something it likes compared to instincts. Martin, I never said that that is evidence. I just said it's interesting that the baby will not eat the broccoli and yet has no problem eating the meat. And when you look at our bodies, most people tend to love meat. It's good. And it also happens to be the thing that we ate most. I eat meat on the weekends, by the way. It's not a moral stance. But then why the fuck are you vegan? If you're eating meat on the weekends, why even deprive yourself of meat throughout the week, Jonah. Why not just eat meat all the time? It's fucking good. I promise you. Regular gaming, do what you do, bro. I'm allergic to peanuts, and yet back in the day, I would eat peanuts all the fucking time. You know, I would just take a tablet to get rid of it. But I do like my peanuts even now. Kinds of food, I think it's a matter of taste. Oh, no, that's truly possible, Martin. I'm not, like I said, I wasn't using that as, you know, oh, I got you now. Look at the child, right? The child is, because I actually think we should do less looking at children for our moral stances. You know, these people that tweet out how their 2-year-old kid was all about, like, you know, why is Trump evil or whatever? And I was like, no, your 2-year-old child did not do that. Like, you can make an argument for Trump being evil, but your 2-year-old didn't have a fucking clue what Trump was doing. Stop lying. I think people should spend far less time listening to kids. I was just saying it was an interesting video that I saw with this baby puking with broccoli, but not having a problem with the meat, right? Like, she's not confirmed. Why not? Let's go. Can I ask who you argue with? I can't see the person, I think. Oh, I'm talking to people on YouTube as well as people on Twitch. So we're having a sort of cross conversation here, Snubby. Some people on Twitch are weighing in, some people on YouTube are weighing in. So let's call it a healthy debate across platforms here. Because I did get Z, so get fat. I can eat potato, corn, etc. all day long and not get fat. Tried all the fat diets on the planet. Mostly vegan works for me. If all you ate was meat, there's no way you're getting fat, though, Jonah. No chance. To be honest, potatoes are pretty healthy. I wouldn't eat potatoes, but I'd have no problem with potatoes. But the only reason I wouldn't eat potatoes is, firstly, I'm carnivore, and I kind of like this now. But more importantly, I've never been a huge fan of potatoes. Oh, Twitch for science. I mean, we have to look at the viewer numbers, but I don't think we have as many viewers on YouTube as we have on Twitch. Yeah, we don't. Right? We only have like 31 viewers on YouTube versus 93 on Twitch. So I'm clearly going to get far more of you on Twitch than what I get on YouTube. Platforms, just to read the chat as well. Yeah, I wish I could show the chat on screen, but apparently YouTube hates that. You got 30 new viewers to the stream, so that's a quarter more. Did we get 30 new viewers? How? Like, is there anyone here that is here for the very first time? You've never been to the stream before? I don't think so. I imagine everyone that's here has pretty much always been here. I can see if you're lying, by the way. It will tell me if you type in your new year. Clearly, I'm new. Oh, clearly. Yes, I agree. Look at all of these fucking Twitch Andys going, New Year, by the way. Darth, today was definitely your first day. Because you did have a new chat earlier. Fallon, what is this? Worst date ever. What?
People recording the most embarrassing moments of their...
Wait a second. What is this? Worst date ever by Penguin Z. Alright, Moist. What is this worst date ever?
People recording the most embarrassing moments of their lives and then proudly posting it online has become an extremely common trend. I'm still not entirely sure if they do it out of pure delusion, thinking that they're in the right or it makes them look good, or if they do it...
To be fair, though, it's not just the dating thing. There's a bunch of things. I don't know if you guys saw, right now on Twitter, there's this post going around by this girl who's complaining about having a 9-to-5 job. And the internet, let's just say, is very divided on this issue. There's a bunch of people that saying, look at this child that is clearly not equipped for the real world, complaining because she has a 9-to-5 job and, you know, she has to work her whole life and she can't actually, you know, have fun. And then there's other people that are sort of supporting her and saying that it's a very evil system and whatnot. And then you have people that's just come out and said they hate that everyone is so mean when this girl, or that I actually responded to a girl who made the argument. Wait, let me just see. I don't want to lie to you guys. Let me just go to my profile and we can quickly make sure that I'm not giving you false information here. I think I replied to her. Just make sure. Here we go. So you have this RFH that that tweeted out, no one was built to thrive working 40 hours a week under fluorescent lighting. Actually, we have spent 99% of our existence as a species running around outside, chasing deer and picking fruit. Men don't come with an office gene. To this, I just replied, luckily we can adapt, so we good. But there was another person that also, I think it was this one. Oh, here we go. It's this Amy person. So this actually blew me away a little. She's mostly upset about her long commute, which is entirely valid because most of America is built terribly. But what I really want to talk about is this trend of young women posting videos of themselves crying and looking for support, and people finding it and passing it around to dunk on them. Every day I log on here, and there's at least one going around. No, it's not a good idea to post a video of yourself being emotionally vulnerable online, because it's like putting your own blood in shark-laden waters. But at the same time, young women are young women, and it seems like people are more isolated, and this is how people reach out for support now. I don't have a take other than I'm sad that she's sad, and I find it a bit tactless to share someone's upset to make a point. That is not why this girl posted this video. That is nonsense. If you wanted support, if you lived in this world and you were truly upset, phone a family member, phone a friend, go talk to them. This girl posted this video in order to get attention. And she got attention. The problem is she didn't get the attention she wanted. Young woman, stop posting your problems online. No one gives a shit. The internet is not your support group. We don't exist to make you happy. We don't exist to validate you. Stop posting your bullshit online and then expecting the rest of us to handle you with kid gloves. You're not my girlfriend. You're not my wife. I don't give a shit about your problems. I have my own shit to deal with. I don't have time for yours. If you really want me to care, make an appointment, and I will see where I can schedule you in to have a nice cry session. Otherwise, phone your parents, phone your boyfriend, phone your best friend, go talk to them, because guess what? They are the people that actually care about you. Me, I don't give a shit. You're sad about your 9-to-5 job? Hey, we're all working hard. Life sucks. What are you going to do? Now, cool. You can make that. You can post that. I have no problem with that. I don't want to take your speech away from you. Post whatever the hell you want. It's your right to post it. But don't expect me to not make fun of you if what you post is stupid. That is just as simple as it is. If you're going to post stuff, I feel like a lot of people don't understand the internet. So firstly, I think on things like Twitter, and specifically in things like games and stuff, there's obviously far more men than women out there. And there was this video, I was watching this, I think last year. There's this massive feminist, a giant feminist that went for science. And she became a man. Her original decision was to become a man for 3 years. She wanted to live exactly like a man for 3 years because she wanted to prove just how much privilege men have, right? She wanted to prove just how privileged men are. She made it to a year before she tapped out. And when they asked her after that year if she would ever have wanted to be a man, she said, absolutely not. It was the loneliest, harshest existence of her life the way women treat men are absolutely atrocious. It's disgusting. And she would never want to live like that. It is lonely. There was another video that I saw of a female to male trans guy that was crying online because they have transitioned to a man, but now they find themselves incredibly lonely. There's no one to talk to. There's no one to reach out to. And, you know, everyone was sort of crying with this person because it's so sad. He's alone. And as a man, I'm sitting there going, man the fuck up, bro. Like, what? Why are you crying about, like, come on, bro. There's shit to do. We've got shit to fucking do. We can't sit here crying about nonsense. Get to it. Come on, snap. Go cry in your own time. I'm not here to listen to your bullshit. In fact, if you invite me out for a drink and I sit there and listen to you bitch and moan about your life for 2 hours, I'm leaving. You invited me out for a drink and now you're just bringing me down. Back that shit away. Nice and fucking tight. Go deal with it on your own time. I'm not your shrink. I'm not your therapist. If anything, if I have stuff to deal with, I go out in order to be distracted from the stuff that I'm dealing with. I don't want to talk about the stuff that I'm dealing with. I just want to be distracted. I use my friends as sort of like a lightning rod, right? Take my mind off of this bullshit so I can continue with my life. I feel like a lot of women don't understand how men operate. They don't understand that for men, this kind of behavior, we don't really know what to do with this. You know, like, we don't know what to do with this. You're online, you're crying about something. To us, we think we should give you advice. Like, that's what we think. We think we should give you advice because clearly you're struggling. You know? It's not ingrained in us to just listen. That's not how we deal with things. You just listen. That's a very difficult thing for a man, because when you tell a man your problems, he's going to try and solve it for you, right? So he's going to come up with a solution. He's going to tell you what to do, or to man up, or to do whatever. He's going to try and solve the issue for you. Of course, women want to talk because they just want you to listen, which is very difficult because the two literally want different things from a conversation. But yeah, my point was, I don't think that it's healthy for people, specifically girls do it, but a lot of guys starting to do it these days as well. The internet is not filled with your friends. The people online don't know you. They don't care. You sitting there crying because you have a 9-to-5 job, you're crying to a lot of people that probably have far worse jobs and lives than you. You're crying to people that have a much harder life than you. Of course, they're not going to be kind. You know, that's just the nature of the beast. They're not going to be kind, because why would they have any sort of care about what you're going through?
Knowing that they're going to be a punching bag and a spittoon for the internet.
Go God, you're not my girlfriend. Why would I will care about you if we were dating. Even then, you know, there are limitations to that. But I guess I would. She sends you nudes. What the fuck else you want? Dude, I can get nudes for free. Just happens to also be nudes from, you know, Go-Kart. But I can get them for free. I'm not losing anything. Because managing your herd is your job. Wait, when did you guys become my fucking herd? What? Wait, I'm getting responsibilities here I never signed up for. I did not sign up to become your, like you're not my herd. You're not my, what, fuck that, bro. I'm just streaming here. We're just watching some videos. Chill the fuck out. Cool your jets. Cool your jets. I mean, the girlfriend part? What girlfriend part, Aragast? I believe you call it DJ Nation and you owned it. The DJ Nation is called the DJ Nation because everyone takes care of themselves. It's degenerate to the core.
internet to just make fun of and point and laugh at. Ultimately, it doesn't really matter. I'm just happy to be brought along for the ride. They open up the door and they say, "Climb aboard, Charles. This train's bound for Cringe Town. Take your seat." So, I get to go on these pathetic journeys with our protagonists here, and today I've got a wacky one cooked up for you that I think probably a lot of you have seen, because apparently this went pretty viral on TikTok.
Whew. Let me just get the door for you. Okay. He got me at the Cheesecake Factory, y'all. I ain't getting out this car. Yes.
Our main character is upset.
I immediately have a problem with this. Firstly, if you didn't want to go to the Cheesecake Factory, why didn't you just say it? I don't know what the Cheesecake Factory is. I only know it from Big Bang Theory. But cheesecake's good. Why wouldn't you want to go to the Cheesecake Factory? I mean, cheesecake's brilliant. So, but the other problem I have with this girl, she's got a nollie in her nose. Like, dude, I would be actually happy if she didn't get out of the car, because I would see the nollie in her nose and I would instantly be like, that's disgusting. Let's go home. It's probably why he took her to the Cheesecake Factory. He just wanted to get it over with as quickly as possible. She says, what? Dude, there's snot in her nose. Her nose is not clean. That's a nollie. It's a booger, a dangler. There's a thing in her nose. Her nose is not clean. That's disgusting. Like, how did you guys not see it? Nollie, can see her Afrikaans. Well, yeah, what the fuck else? That's what you call it.
Our main character is upset because her date brought her to the Cheesecake Factory, and now she's refusing to get out of the car. Kind of like a toddler that refuses to get out of the car to go to school because they just don't want to go. She's just offended that he would dare take her to the Cheesecake Factory when that's not the most glamorous spot in the world.
Did you want me to open the door for you? Look, you're recording me?
Okay, so this is about the time that I would literally open the door, pull her out of the car, close the door, and drive away. I'm asking you a question, right? Do you want me to open the door for you? First and foremost, the begging of this guy, it's already putting me off. I would legit at this point be telling her to get the fuck out of my car, or I would phone the police. It's as simple as that. At this point, she's already lost me. I would have lost all interest in her if, of course, the snot in her nose didn't do it. This definitely did.
Yeah. This is the Cheesecake Factory.
God, this just feels so sinister. The video opens with him being pretty sweet. He's like, "Oh, would you like me to get the door for you?" You know, like quintessential Disney chivalry, basically. You know, and he goes around the side to get the door, and that's when he's ambushed with the realization, like, "Oh, you're recording me." And she's doing this all, like,
so
very proud of herself for it. As if she's somehow, you know, winning this whole exchange like it's some kind of competition. Like, he brought me to the Cheesecake Factory, so I'm gonna film and shame him for this in front of my whole audience. It's what he deserved. He commits the crime of taking me to the Cheesecake Factory. An unforgivable sin.
He dodged a bullet. There are good women out there that you want to end up marrying. And there are bad women out there that you'll lose 50% of your life savings on. She is one of those bad women that you just don't want to waste your time on. I think she just does this for clicks. Well, Emmanuel, that alone makes her pretty disgusting to me, right? That alone makes her pretty disgusting to me. The fact that you would go on a date with someone. I don't think girls often understand just how big of a deal a date is for a man. Because remember, we don't control the flow of that conversation. The best we can do is put ourselves out there and ask, right? Hey, you're very beautiful. Can I take you to dinner? That's all we can do. You get to decide whether or not you're going to say yes or no. You get to decide how the evening is going to play out. Are we getting lucky? Aren't we getting lucky? Is the relationship going to move forward? You have no idea, right? You are just sort of like fucking blinding it at that point, hoping that this is the right one and she finds you happy as well. That is literally, for a guy, it's the most stressful thing, because you are going to go up to this girl, you're going to ask her out, and if she says no, you're going to feel embarrassed. It's going to be embarrassing, right? And it's terrible being shut down, right? Being denied. It's a terrible feeling. And that girl has so little respect for something that should be very human. It's just a bad person.
Because she believes it's beneath her. She's entitled to the highest end restaurant Bikini Bottom has to offer here. Not the Krusty Krab, not the Chum Bucket, but that one restaurant that takes place in the giant pirate ship. I forgot the name of it. And now that she's not there, she's having a tantrum and trying to put this guy on blast in front of her audience for it.
This is the Cheesecake Factory, y'all.
What's the problem with that?
This is a chain restaurant. Who takes someone that looks like this to a chain restaurant?
I agree. You should have gone to McDonald's. You look like a cheap slut. McDonald's would have sufficed, I think. I mean, it's not a chain restaurant. It's a drive-through. Like, bro, seriously? This girl thinks she's worth what? Like, what I think this girl doesn't get right is, at the time of asking, her worth is exactly 0. The only reason you asked her out is because she's pretty. She has no other worth than that. Like, she's not sucked your dick yet. She's not had sex with you yet. So, in terms of what value she has, it's 0. Right now, she's just an expense. Like, you're going to take her out on a date, and hopefully it's a good one. Right? You're literally betting on future stock here. You don't even know if that stock is going to pan out. You're hoping that you go on a date with someone that actually can have a conversation, is intelligent, knows what she wants, is fun to be around, and hopefully she feels the same way about you. But at this point in the date, none of that is known. Right? All you know so far is you have a somewhat pretty girl that you're taking on a date. That's it. This makes me sad to be female, that so many believe they are better than anyone else. As long as you have good company and you can have a conversation and a laugh, then it's perfect. I wish more girls thought like that. I wish more girls would just accept that the whole point of a date isn't to be treated like a princess, especially on a first date. Like, bitch, please. This is the first date. You're not the mother of my children. I don't have to treat you like a queen or anything like that. This is just the first date. What you need is to be able to have a conversation and actually figure out whether or not you are compatible. Well, that's about it. Right? It could be a coffee shop for all I care on the first date. You know, the only thing I would say is an absolute no on a first date is a bar and the movies. To me, that would be an absolute no. A bar and the movies. Firstly, a bar, what conversation? The music just... Why would I go there? And the movies, what conversation? You're watching a movie. What's the point here? You want to know whether or not there should be a second date. What you're finding out is whether or not this movie was good and if you're going to come see it again with your mates. You know, so yeah, for me, those are sort of the only two limitations. I would even take someone like mini golf for some shit on a first date. There's a very nice mini golf place here on the beach that also has like a little coffee bar. It has these wooden tables that you set outside and you look at the ocean. And then there's a mini golf course as well there. Fuck it, I would go there for a first date. Why not? You're playing a bit of mini golf, having a cup of coffee. What could go wrong?
You want to talk about it? I'm fine with talking about it, even in front of them.
Bro.
Oh yeah, I want.
Bro, please stop being a little bitch. This girl deserves to just be kicked out of your car, man.
To talk about it. Yeah, come on, get it on in the car. Yeah, we gonna talk about it.
I am cringing and it's not even happening to me, bro. I am cringing and it's not even happening to me.
I really just don't even understand what the problem is in the first place. At risk of sounding like an out-of-touch fool, what the fuck is wrong with the Cheesecake Factory? I know it's become like a little bit of a meme over the last year or so, but it's not some like dilapidated, rinky-dink stink establishment that just serves toxic sludge and shoelaces like some kind of barren wasteland of bad food service or anything. It's a fine restaurant. It's a fine chain. I've never had like a negative experience there or anything. It's also not super cheap, so it's not like he's, you know, taking her to...
Dude, it has cheesecake in the name. Hey, what more could you possibly want that tells you that that place is class? It has cheesecake right in the name. It's sort of like, it's fusion food, really. Cheesecake Factory. Cheesecake, the food of royals. Factory, the food of the place of the peasants. You know? It's like the perfect place. Are you royalty? Are you a peasant? Come to the Cheesecake Factory. It all works together. I don't know what the problem is here. I've never been, but I would love to go. But this is sort of similar to in South Africa, where you get a lot of girls that go, they will never go on a first date to Spur, right? S-P-U-R, Spur. They will never go to Spur as a first date because Spur is a chain store and it's cheap and, you know, no one cares. It's not cheap. It's actually very expensive to go there. The food is phenomenal. It's actually good food, but people just complain because it's too mainstream. And for me, if I ever marry someone, it would be someone that I can take to Spur on the first date. And I'd be like, yep, let's go. It's a steakhouse, so it's got burgers, it's got steaks, it's got the best fries and onion rings and white sauce you could ever have, bro. Like, their white sauce, it is a Thousand Island sauce, right? But it's not actually Thousand Islands because in the Spur, it comes in these giant buckets and, you know, people will spit in it and they'll drop fags in there or cigarettes. You know, it's like dirty as fuck. And that just creates like an extra layer of flavor in the sauce that you don't get when you buy it from the supermarket, because they do sell the white sauce in the supermarket, but it's not as good as the one at the restaurant because it's too clean. You know, it's made under factory situation. You want the disgusting one that comes straight from the restaurant because that's the good one. But everyone knows this is true, right? Like, where's the best place to buy food? From a place that looks like you're going to get food poisoning. All the best fish and chips come from places that looks like you might get food poisoning here. That's when you know this shit's good. The oil have literally never been replaced. This guy has been open for 30 years. He's still using the exact same oil as he has always used. That's how you know what you're getting there is 30 years of flavor. 6 years, I'm sure the quality declined, like everything. If it's empty and look ratty and void. Yeah, but most of those places are never empty. The greasy, dirty places are never empty.
The worst place he could possibly find via Yelp reviews or anything. Like, I've always enjoyed the Cheesecake Factory. You're not gonna go there and find glory holes in the bathroom stalls or anything. It's a decent spot. So, I mean, if this dude was trying to wine and dine me at the Cheesecake Factory, I might end up strangling his cock with my pussy.
Oh shit, here we go. Fucking Charlie, bro. 100% true. I don't know how people don't love voice critical, bro.
I would be appreciative. Like, it's not a bad restaurant. And at the end of the day, it shouldn't matter what restaurant or whatever the date takes place in, because you're not really going for the establishment itself. You're going for the company of the other person to get to know them and see if you're compatible or see if you can have fun together. At least that's how I envision dating should be.
Yeah,
I don't think you're usually going
100%.
there to just try and get like a good meal out of it. It's usually to try and experience something with somebody else and see how things go, if you hit it off or not.
When you take out a beautiful woman and you're courting her because
Look at the guy that you're speaking to. Bro, I know that some men dream of dating really, really young girls, you know, like 20 years old, 21 years old. But there seems to be this obsession with phones. Like, young people don't look at you when they're talking to you. My cousins, right? My cousins are like 21 and 20, I think. They don't look at you when they speak to you. You'll have a full-blown fucking conversation with them, and they'll be like this. Oh, yeah. Just typing away, right? Looking at you, quickly answering you, and then get back to their phone. I would lose my shit. I would genuinely, I would take the phone and I would throw it on the ground. I would just break the phone. I can't handle when someone doesn't look at me when they're speaking to me. This would drive me nuts. But you see, the problem here is she has 616k likes. So she thinks she's a celebrity, even though she isn't. She thinks she is. This is the problem with Instagram.
Because I get courted. So you're courting her, right? You're supposed to take care of her. You're supposed to cover her. You're supposed to protect her, cherish her, treat her well, right?
Yeah.
That's what you're supposed to do.
I agree. I
At the
went
Cheesecake
into this
Factory?
date as I expected.
While I appreciate the free tutorial on dating that she offers, I have to say, this lecture feels like some kind of monologue out of the climax of a romance anime. You're supposed to cherish, cover, protect her, keep her safe, wish her well. You're not going to the front lines of a fucking war zone. You're going to dinner.
True.
Like, what do you mean with all of this? It's not-
I want to add, this is the first date. I am not there to protect you. I am not there to cherish you. I am not there to support you and cover you. It's the first date, motherfucker. I don't know yet if I even want to do any of those things for you. At that point, I will absolutely not take a bullet for you. I promise you, if on the first date, gangsters roll up on us and they're like, give us your shit or we kill you both, I'm joining their side. I am walking over and saying, yeah, give us your shit. I am not standing in front of you taking a bullet. I don't know who the hell you are. I've been on one date with you. My job is not yet to cover you. Once we get to the place where you've decided, because let's be real, it is the goal that decides this is going to be a steady relationship now, that's when I will take a bullet for you. That's when I will protect you. Before that, you're on your fucking own. I'm just here to pay for the date. That's it, right? I'm just here to provide my side of the contract. And the contract does not include me taking a bullet for you, protecting you, covering you. That's on you. Like, bring your own gun and take care of yourself.
It's not like he put you in harm's way. It's not like he, like, sat you down on landmines or something and played a game of chicken. Like, he says, you're just going to dinner, and he's done nothing wrong. You know, she's acting like she's the ADC in League of Legends and he's her support.
With the expectations for myself to keep you safe, you know, to respect you, to pay for your food, of course, pick you up, of course, and just treat you like a gentleman, which I believe I have done.
I mean, you've been pretty nice, but I mean,
and then
Cheesecake Factory.
I, on the other hand, have certain expectations for a girl I go out with on the first date. I expect her to be respectful too.
That's totally reasonable. Expecting your date to be respectful.
Yeah,
I think
100%.
that's perfectly acceptable. This was extremely disrespectful from her. Not only to refuse to get out of the car because she didn't want to go to the Cheesecake Factory, but then to film this entire exchange blows my mind. How she couldn't process how bad she looks and how much she looks like an asshole here is beyond my comprehension. And I really think this just speaks to this main character syndrome.
I really hope that this guy isn't so pussy whipped that he's still dating her. I genuinely, I really hope that this guy isn't so pussy whipped that he's still dating her, because holy crap. Shimakazi, how you doing? Like, dude, if this is what she's like on the first date, when people are still trying to, you know, put their best foot forward, imagine what this girl is like when you finally get into a proper relationship with her. Like, just imagine that. Oh my God, I would go to jail for murder. Just guaranteed. One day I will no longer be live and you guys will be like, wait, what happened to Aquilon? And then you'll find out on the news, local Cape Town man found strangling girlfriend in kitchen. And then it's done, you know. It's over now. I'm in jail. My dates are going very differently then.
Syndrome that half of society is deluded with right now, where they're never in the wrong. It's all the props around them that are wrong. Now, there is another thing I want to mention. She doesn't have to go to the Cheesecake Factory just because her date brought her there. Like, let's say she treats the Cheesecake Factory like I do with Burger King. Hell on earth. You know, it's the worst place in the world. Maybe she hates the Cheesecake Factory as much as I hate James Corden, and she just really doesn't want to go. You can still handle this in a really appropriate adult manner by just simply saying something like, hey, look, I just don't like the Cheesecake Factory. I've never really enjoyed it. Is there any other restaurants we can go to tonight and that isn't here? And if not...
Dude, that is actually super valid. Remember, on a first date, you don't know what the person likes or doesn't like. And yeah, 100%, I would hope that if I took you to a Mexican restaurant, or I took you to an Indian restaurant, or I took you to whatever, right, Italian restaurant, and you don't like that, or you don't feel like it, I would hope that you would be like, hey, I don't like Italian food, or I don't like Mexican food. Is there any chance we can go somewhere else? But what I have found, in all fairness, is that most girls don't do that. Most girls that I know will just go. Even if they don't like the food, they'll still go. They'll still enjoy it. They'll have fun because they are also there basically to have a conversation with you, to learn what kind of guy you are. And then usually by the third or fourth date is when you find out the restaurant you took her to in the first place was a very bad call. Like, apparently they don't actually eat that food that you just took them to. You torture me, Akko? All the foods I give up? Faith says, I apologize. Olive Garden is so bad nowadays. You see, I've never been to Olive Garden. I've also never been to the Cheesecake Factory. But it's cheesecake. Like, dude, you could find a half-dead chef with no talent, and they would still be able to make a reasonably good cheesecake. I am convinced you cannot fuck up a cheesecake. It's not doable. You can't mess it up. It's just always a really good thing to eat.
Maybe we can just reschedule and do something else some other time if that's okay. Like, you can still be super polite about it and have it be like a conversation with the other person, as opposed to just whipping out your phone to try and dogpile and shame this person because they took you to a restaurant that you think is beneath you.
I mean, I feel like I'm doing everything I'm supposed to do as a woman.
But
I got myself all made up.
There's nothing wrong with the Cheesecake Factory, right?
Yes, there's a lot wrong with the Cheesecake Factory.
Okay, well, look at my planner, where we were gonna go originally.
I actually really wish she had dove into like all the problems with the Cheesecake Factory and just gave me her scathing review, because I'm trying to figure out what all she could hate so much about the place. But anyway, I skipped around a little bit here, but I'll fill in the blanks. The guy in the video is clearly starting to get very nervous because now not only is his date being directly disrespectful to him, but now he also has to talk to her audience. Yeah. So he's like basically on trial right now, getting interrogated and getting pressed because he dared take his date to the Cheesecake Factory.
Dude, it must be so rough. Because this looks like an ordinary dude, not an influencer. can you imagine just suddenly talking to 600,000 people and you're not used to it? It's not something that you do on the regular, but now suddenly you're on this, and I'm assuming most of the people that follow her are just as clueless as she is. I would have just kicked her out of my car and gone home.
See, now that's where we should have went, Ari. Right there. Call him.
No.
What do you mean no?
See,
I mean,
I'm waiting for a reservation.
we can still get to know each other. Isn't there another restaurant you can call that, like, you know, the equivalent to that? I mean,
I
you
literally
don't
said-
understand. Look at me. I cannot go in the Cheesecake Factory.
There's nothing wrong with
I will die.
Oh my god, her attitude is so infuriating. It's like someone wrote her as a character in a show that everyone is supposed to dislike. It's amazing that this is a real exchange. Now, again, I've cut quite a bit out.
Look at me. Dude, does she actually think she's like some Tane? Do you have any idea how self-absorbed you have to be to not realize? I would say, at best, this girl is maybe like a 4. If I exclude her personality, she's probably like a 4. That's about as high as I would go with her. There is literally nothing special about that girl. Nothing. Foul Smoke, I don't agree with that. If you're a 3, you can't tell you're a 3. I think you can. Right? Every single time anyone has ever asked me what I would rate myself as, I always say 4, maybe low 5s. Because I do believe I'm pretty average for a fat guy. Right? If you compare me to like normal hot guys, yeah, probably like a 2 or a 3. Because I'm not blind, right? I own a mirror. And I also know what good-looking guys are supposed to look like, so I can sort of fucking compare myself. And you're like, yeah, okay, that's the bar. I'm definitely not at that bar. I am never going to walk around and think to myself, you know what? I'm a 10. Because I'm not delusional. I don't know how delusional you need to be in order to think you're a 10 if you're not a fucking 10. And like her, she's a 4. There's literally nothing special about her. Nothing. There are far more average looking girls out there that is far cuter than what she is. The rating change with the amount of dick pic you get? Yeah, sure. Why not? 4.5, maybe 5, because it's really only a mugshot look. And it's only if she didn't talk. You see, even then, you can already tell that there's, like, nothing about her stands out to me. So I don't know why she would think she's special. Does self-esteem make them think they are lower? Same to be said if you think you're a 10 with an inflated ego. Dude, I don't know how, I do not know how your ego can be that inflated, though. You have to be fucking blind, if I'm honest with you. Like, you look in the mirror, and it's just a TV screen that shows something completely different. Like, someone had you. Someone went around your house and replaced all of the mirrors with TV screens, and when she looks in the mirror, she thinks she looks like fucking Kate Beckinsale. It's AI. They just changed the way she looks. So she thinks she's actually looking at herself when really she's not looking at herself. Because there's no way she thinks she's that hot
here, because it becomes mainly like a debate. Like, she's treating dating like it's a battle. So he tries to explain, like, look, things haven't been great for me in our experiences so far either. You were like over an hour late, you know.
Well, that's new information. See, that right there would mean I would not even have been in this situation. So that is the one thing that I do not tolerate. Under any circumstances. If I tell you I am picking you up at 6, you are ready at 6. If I arrive at 6 and you're going, I'll just be 15 more minutes, I'm leaving. I said 6. You weren't ready at 6. There's no, oh, you know, I need to get pretty. You could have gotten pretty an hour before 6 o'clock and you would have been ready by 6 o'clock. I'm not waiting another 15 minutes. My time was 6 o'clock. You are either ready or you are not. I hate being late, and that's always going to be the case. I hate being late. I think even if I'm married one day, my wife will have to be fucking punctual. If I say we're going 6 o'clock, everyone is ready at 6 o'clock. I'm not waiting. I'll leave on my own because I don't like making people wait for stuff. I usually arrive like 5 to 10 minutes early so that I can be sure that no one's waiting for me, because I think it's just about respecting someone's time. You know, you're there. Another person has changed their day or their schedule to be there as well. It's only fair that you make sure that you waste as little of their time as humanly possible. You would have my wife, Akko. She is an hour early to everything. Dude, that's a good woman. Like, don't let her go.
Previously, and then you didn't want to like hold my arm or anything like that, didn't invite me in, so I was just getting the signals that maybe we're not at this point where we should be going to these super expensive restaurants.
Kyle, so what thing could happen that you think I should make an exception for? So I'm arriving at her house at 6 o'clock and she isn't ready at 6 o'clock. What possible thing could have happened that means I have to now make an exception for her? Because almost anything that you're going to say at that point, she could have let me know long before so that I could change my plans. Right? She could have texted me and said, hey, I'm going to be late because I had to work late, or I'm going to be late because I'm stuck in traffic. That way, I know she's going to be late. But if you only realize you're going to be late 5 minutes to 6, you were already late to begin with. You were already fucking late to begin with. At that point, letting me know that you're late doesn't change the fact that you're late. And at that point, I just go, no, never mind. It's fine. Have a fun night. And I have done this before, yes. I arrived at a girl's house to pick her up. She wasn't ready. She was still busy showering. And I left. I didn't say a fucking word. I left. And then when she texted me, where are you? I said, I went home. Enjoy your night. I'm not sitting in your living room waiting for you to get ready. Are you nuts? I can go home and play video games. I'm going to sit in your living room and watch TV. Why would I do that? So I went home. On the way home, I got pizza. It was a good night, actually. We ended up raiding on our alts, Wrath of the Lich King. It was a good night. It was a very good night, actually. So I have no complaints over that evening.
Together, we should get to know each other a little bit, you know, slower. At
the time, we didn't have pepperoni yet, so I think it was probably something like something meaty or some shit.
Places like the Cheesecake Factory, which I think is a fine thought process there. Like, okay, so we're not at the point where we're close enough or really getting to know each other enough that we should be going to these like really wild places. Let's start small. That's something more like the Cheesecake Factory. I think that makes a ton of sense. And here he says, like, look, this is where I think we could go at some point or could have gone. And she's like, nope, that's where we should have gone tonight. Call them now. And he's just like, no, I'm not doing that. So then she's saying,
Aragos, no, it's not about being strict. It's about respect. I had enough respect to be on time. You had no respect for me. Because you thought when I said 6 o'clock, that doesn't matter. You thought that you had the right to waste 15 or 20 minutes of my time as if my time isn't valuable to me. It's about respect. It's not about the fact that she's late. I can fully understand if a girl is late because of things that happened that isn't within her control. The problem for me is that you didn't have the respect to even let me know you're going to be late so that I can make plans or change my plans or just pull out and not waste my time driving to your house if I know you're going to be 30 minutes late. And at that point, what's the point of even going out? If I get to know you and we start dating, I may relax a little bit on that. But even then, if you're consistently late, I'm going to lose my shit. Like, if you consistently waste my time, like every single date night, it's just, you know, you're 10 minutes late or you're 20 minutes late, I'm going to get angry because I don't like being, you know, I plan my life very carefully around stuff. So if I know, for example, I'm going to have to go to dinner at 6 o'clock tonight, I'll get in the shower at 5 o'clock. I'll be ready by 5:20. Like, I'll have everything done by 5:20. And then I wait for 40 minutes just because I want to be sure that nothing can interfere with it. If I leave it to the last minute, something can go wrong. And if that something goes wrong, there's nothing I can do because I'm already late. So I like preparing ahead of time. I did this with school as well. You know, back in the day, you needed to be at school 7:20. I used to wake up at 5 to be ready by 6 so that I'm ready by 7:20. Because I don't want things to interfere. I don't want to be late. I hate that.
Call something else that's equivalently fancy. It's like, no, I'm not doing that either. Like, I can't believe that she still thinks this is a salvageable situation. This is completely ruined. This is kaput.
Yeah,
you are not going to get dinner together
future
tonight
there.
after
Nope.
this. You shouldn't be going to get dinner together after this. You have refused to get out of his car. You have decided to publicly try and humiliate him for something he didn't even really do wrong in the first place. Why the fuck would he then go out of his way to go to like another wildly over-the-top restaurant or something like that? It's pure delusion.
Yep.
So, respectfully, I'm gonna just drop you off at home.
Oh, no, he didn't.
Yeah. I'm up.
So, you just want to call it a night?
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
isn't there some kind of compromise or something? Ladies, can you believe this?
Yeah, actually, I can't believe it took him this long, if I'm honest with you. I mean, I'm not one of the ladies, but I will say I can't believe it took him this long, to be fair. Ren the Widow, 28 months, part of the DJ Nation, appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. His compromise was dealing with you. His compromise is that you get to go home and he gets to go home. That is a compromise.
I was actually shocked that he still drove her home and offered to take her and drop her off. I imagine a lot of people in this situation would have told her just, you know, get out and take an Uber home or something.
Yep.
So I do think this was a big
that.
W move from the guy here.
Nope.
He felt very disrespected because he obviously was. And he said, look, this is where the evening concludes. I'm just going to take you home. And somehow she has the gall to be surprised. Like, I don't understand how she would be shocked that he's just taking her back. You've insulted him, and you have publicly tried to shame him. Why in the fuck would he still try and, like, compromise to find, like, a dinner for you two that evening?
This isn't going to be funny, what I'm about to say, but it is true. The reason that girl is surprised is because we live in an era where young girls are being taught that they can do no wrong. Nothing they do is wrong. They do not have to face any consequences for any of their actions ever. They go out and get drunk. Something happens. It's not their fault. They do this. Something happens. It's not their fault. It's someone else's fault. Society needs to change for you so that you can do whatever the hell you want to do. And you don't have to face any of the blame for any of this. Why is this girl acting the way that she's acting? Because this is the first time in her life where she is actually facing the consequences of her own actions. And she is surprised because everyone her entire life has told her that you don't have to. You don't have to face consequences for anything. Dude, as a society, we are doing a disservice to young women, especially in the West. Especially in the West. Because this kind of shit doesn't happen in the East. China, Japan, even Korea, They don't have this bullshit. It's only here in the West where we, for some reason, treat young women as if they cannot handle responsibility, and then we wonder why they're turning up such fuck-ups. Like, why are they just completely incapable of following any form of logic of any conversation whatsoever? It's quite simple. Because no one has ever sat you down and said, hey, when you do stupid shit's gonna happen. Now, is it true that sometimes things happen that you absolutely did not invite? Of course, it's life. Life is dangerous. There's going to be things that happen to you, but there is also the opposite. If you're walking home late at night, literally in darkness in the middle of the night, past an open field, you are increasing the opportunity for really bad things to happen to you. Like, you are literally putting yourself in a position where bad things can happen and no one's going to be around to hear you scream. But society is telling her, yeah, you should absolutely be allowed to do that. Like, what could possibly be wrong with that? It is dangerous. It is super dangerous because we are not preparing these young girls for life. We are basically ensuring that they will be complete failures.
So that's kind of where the whole thing stops. I just don't understand why she would ever do this in the first place. And not only do this, but then post it. It's so wild to me. It's such a fascinating concept. Because this is a truly embarrassing moment. You have filmed one of the worst dates I have ever seen. Yeah. Well, I'm sure there's worse dates. But like one of the cringiest dates I've ever seen because of you. And you're the one that posted it.
How you doing?
I don't know. It's fucking awful. That's really about it. I just had to talk about it a little bit. That's it. See ya.
Yeah, I mean, good video. Let's see. There's apparently more to this little story.
Hey guys, this is Alicia. It's been a while.
Uh-huh.
But there have been quite a bit of things on my mind.
Yeah.
I believe that many of you have seen the, now viral video about me choosing to reject the Cheesecake Factory because I wanted more from my date.
She's speaking very, very slowly. I'm not entirely sure what to make of this. Why are we speaking so slowly? Get to the point, lady. We've seen it. We have watched you make an absolute fool of yourself.
I want to, let me say this.
Yeah.
It's interesting to me that just how a moment in time, right, can shape how so many view you.
Yeah, it's almost as if that is called first impressions. You know, I mean, I realize you're a young woman that never faced the consequences of your actions, but for the rest of us, first impressions last. It's a saying for a reason. When your first impression to the world is that you're an absolutely useless human being, it's kind of how we're viewing you. I would love to know how she's going to justify her actions here. Uh-huh.
And so,
yeah,
I want to talk about, I'm trying to remember. Bear with me, guys. I wrote down some notes so I can remember everything I want to say.
You did not write a single note. We're 1 minute 20 in and you have said nothing so far. If you had notes, you're not reading them because this is taking way longer. Like, you have a script. Just read the notes. What are you talking about?
I watched the comments, the shares that you guys the opinions that you guys had. And I have reflected on all of them, processed all of them.
Oh, that's
that
good,
I was
yeah.
able to read.
Okay. Yeah, that's good. Growth. We're growing. Yeah.
Many of you have been vocal about how entitled I was, how I misused this man.
Yeah.
And I want you to understand that my mission has always been for women, to empower women.
Damn it. It was so close, boys. It was so close. I was doing self-reflection. I want you guys to know that I took your comments on board and I was doing self-reflection, and I have come to the conclusion that you are all wrong. That what I wanted to do was empower women, and no empowered, independent female should ever be made to go to the cheesecake factory. That just does not work. I get it. You know, there's no self-growth of any kind here. But she did read the comments, and she considered them for a while, and then realized we are the ones that are wrong.
For women to feel respected, cared for, not be misused, or abused, right?
Okay, how did that guy abuse you or mistreat you?
I've seen and heard many a horror story, men and women, not just women, men and women.
All right, we're talking about unrelated things. Okay, cool.
I wanted to make sure that this was a topic that we brought attention to.
What topic? The fact that you are completely nuts. If your idea here was to bring attention to the fact that you are beyond crazy, you have done it. No, you have absolutely done it. You've outdone yourself, if anything. I am now more convinced than ever that a date with you will not be on the cards for me. But, I mean, am I having a stroke? Or, like, how exactly is this female empowerment, though? Like, ladies, I realize all of the ladies in my chat, all 4 of you, are feminists to the core, you know? So, what did the guy do exactly that wasn't empowering her as a woman? You know, what did the guy do that wasn't empowering? I'm not a feminist. I'm egalitarian. I am too, actually. I've reflected on those comments, and I've come to the conclusion that I'm sorry. I'm sorry that you males think I should apologize for my problem. True. Goes right back to what you said, Akko, about society. Dude, what this girl has done is actually so good in terms of a PR thing, but actually so bad because she didn't quite understand how it's supposed to work. Look, every single time a woman gets into trouble for something that she does, they always go with the patriarchy, racism, sexism. Always. Those 3 things can get a girl out of every single problem. Sniper Wolf, when Sniper Wolf, doxed Jack Films, what did she do? What was the first tweet she made after Jack Films went, "You just doxed me"? She made it about women. It's interesting how you only go after female content creators that's bigger than you. You don't go after any of the males. You see, it's a cheap trick. It's a get out of jail free card. Because women, for some reason online, have decided that all women should stand together. Apparently, woman is a thing. And if one woman steps out, then that woman is against all women. And I'm still trying to figure out how the hell do two women have any like responsibility towards each other. Like, what you do as an individual reflects in no way on another individual. You can do whatever you want. You're your own person. You're not, you know, it's like these ladies that claim that it's a victory for women when a woman wins some Olympic medal. And it's like, well, how? You didn't run the race. Like, this is not a victory for women. It's a victory for that woman. She won. She was fast as fuck. Congratulations to that woman. You're fat and you tweet the whole day. You didn't do shit. You weren't even there supporting her when she was running. This is not a victory for women. This is just a victory for that woman. But, you know, somehow this has become a woman's issue. This man that took her to the Cheesecake Factory is now a woman empowerment issue. Like, what? How? How did we get there? I'm confused.
Many of you interpreted within, interpretations that I saw. I want you to understand that this was never about exposing or embarrassing anyone.
You embarrassed yourself, though.
The purpose was to spark discussion, to foster learning and growth, right?
For what? For you? Because that didn't work. You didn't grow at all. But I'm not entirely sure. Foster growth for what?
But I've seen some interesting interpretations. And it has caused me some more questions.
Yeah, we are at the moment 3 minutes and 37 seconds in. I have more questions now than before I started your explanation of the situation. Like, if I didn't watch this video, I would have concluded that you're a moron. I'm now not even sure you're a real person. I'm starting to feel like you're an AI that's meant to be a moron.
There have been some hurtful comments.
Yeah, I wonder why. I don't, as a rule, 2x people.
People wanting to come for my job.
Okay, that's not
interesting.
That I will actually say, don't do that. The girl did a stupid thing. She's a stupid moron. Her job is not in play. What the hell does her being an idiot on a date have to do with her job? Whatever her job is. Don't go after people's livelihoods. The only time you can get someone fired is if their literal job is the problem. Then, by all means, if it's a chef and he keeps making people sick with his food, yeah, let's get him fired. But otherwise, you have no right to go after someone's job. So in this instance, as dirty as that makes me feel, I will stand up for it and say, don't do that. Like, don't go after people's places of work. It has nothing to do with you, and it's not part of the conversation. She was a moron on a date. What does that have to do with what she does for a living?
Me how angry someone can get about something, things that don't directly affect them.
No, okay, so it does affect the rest of us because you're not the only one. You just happen to be the only visible one. Men everywhere are dealing with clueless women like you every single day, and you have become the lightning rod for all of that fury. Because you're the only visible one. The other women are smart enough not to make a video of themselves making a fool of themselves. You weren't smart enough for that, so you're catching all the fucking stray fists here. Everyone's slapping, and you're catching them because they can't see the other perpetrators of this nonsense.
To the point where you want to be harmful, right? All while screaming respect.
Yeah, you have zero respect, by the way.
But
yeah, okay, here we go.
Because I am one who loves to discuss things, right? Who's always open to learn and grow, I've decided to sit down for an exclusive interview with Kevin Wesley.
Well, how's that?
So, guys, you're going to get your opportunity to talk with me and Jay a bit more. And
I don't know who Kevin Wesley is.
we're just going to have a dialogue. I mean, so tonight, 8 p.m. Eastern.
Dude, was this a 5-minute ad for her fucking interview? Did I just watch a 5-minute ad for fucking interview? Because she said nothing in the 5 minutes that we've been watching so far. She ended this with saying, by the way, I'm open to learning and growing. And yet she has shown zero growth at all throughout this entire thing. Oh my God, I've been debated. Like, absolutely debated.
Standard Time, right? Tune in to Kevin Wesley's platform.
Yeah, all right. Clearly, we're not getting anywhere. We're not getting anywhere with this. I do notice, however, that far fewer likes than ever. Okay, what does the comment say here? Stephanie Healy says, you're right. Always remember that a moment in time can shape how people view you. Treat them well and it will be returned. Fully agree. Beautiful queen. All right. Beautiful sis. Some dude trying to make sure that, you know, she sees him, hearts in chat. Empower women by degrading men. We can do better. Yeah, you can, but you don't. You're not empowering women. You're misusing and abusing men. You're awful. Agreed. Damn, that was a tough watch. Yep. This is the second day in a row that you assholes make me watch things that make me angry. Yesterday it was Taliesin's video. Today it's this lady. Hey, what are we going to watch tomorrow? Just Hitler videos? If this is the way this week is going, by Sunday we'll be, I don't know, we'll be watching Trump and Biden speeches. It's nuts, dude. Should be. Carry on. Gothic, yeah. It's just, it's going from bad to worse, boys. You're not empowering women. The entire video is cap and still lacks responsibility and accountability for how you treated that man on the first date. Listening to you in this video is painful. I can finish it. Good luck with your life. He was nice and respectful to you. You treated him awful, selfish, entitled, spoiled brat. Gives women a bad name. Just wanted the spotlight. Bad. Dude, the one thing that makes me a little optimistic is that there are still a lot of women out there that can identify this lady's bullshit. That is the one thing that I take away from this to go, we're not completely screwed. We're a little screwed, but not completely. For Cheesecake Factory, not a Michelin star restaurant. Chronic Kitty, not according to her. According to her, she looked stunning. Absolutely stunning, according to her. Now, I'm no fashion expert. I own black shirts, and that's it. Cosmic with the 5 community subs. Ladies and gentlemen, hearts in chat. Thank you, thank you, thank you. This for your troubles. You're awesome. Thank you very much, dude. Really appreciate you, man. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Maybe Cracker Barrel, if she's lucky. I don't even know what that is, but that sounds good, actually. What do they sell? The name suggests that it may actually be, like, really good food. You know where I actually want to go? Like, Chuck E. Cheese. I know everyone says that Chuck E. Cheese isn't good, but It looks good. Like every single time I've seen food at Chuck E. Cheese, it doesn't look bad. I think people are just snobbish. I think people are just snobs. You guys just think like, oh, you know, there's better food, but is it really bad food? Probably not. Chuck E. Cheese. I don't know. I just see people having Chuck E. Cheese pizza. Bruh. It actually looks like good pizza. You see the conspiracy where they put pizza leftovers together or something? I have not seen that, but pizza leftovers is the best bet. Like, everyone knows the only thing better than a pizza is the pizza the next day. Like, everyone knows that. If you leave a pizza overnight, the next day it's actually better. I don't know why. I don't know what exactly happens with a pizza, but it transforms into an even better pizza. Cold pizza is amazing. Yep. If you really want to treat yourself, but don't do this too often. But something that I do is the next morning you take out the pizza. They'd say you have like 5 or 6 slices left, right? So you have 2 cold slices. Then you take the 4 other slices and you put it in the microwave. Don't lose me here. I know microwave is shit. But you make it hot, dude, to the point where the cheese is bubbling. It adds a different texture and flavor to it, but so good, actually. Like, so good in the microwave. It's nuts. I don't know why, but the microwave makes cold pizza good. Snobby, it depends on how many pizzas you got. Back in my day, you know, during my heyday of eating anything that I saw, you know, how I got this fat, I would have 2 pizzas. Like, I would always order 2 large pizzas. Now, our large is not as large as the American large. You guys have, I don't know, giant pizzas. Ours is just like a 30 centimeter pizza. It's about a yay big, right? 30 centimeters. Don't know what that is in freedom units. But I would have 2 of those. So one would be pepperoni, and then the other one would be like a cheese pizza, like almost like a focaccia. I love that shit. Garlic and cheese, so good. But I can't finish both. That's too much. So I'll have like maybe half and half, and then I have like a full pizza left the next day. No, ours come in 30 centimeters, and then I think 15 or 14 or 15 centimeter pizzas. I don't know how many inches that is. Inch is about 2.5 centimeters, so I'm gonna assume 12 inches, 13 inches maybe. Like something to that effect. We ever do it all here in America? Yeah, you guys like them big. Like, everything has to be the biggest for some reason. But is it true that while everything is big in the States, things are even bigger in Texas? Is that true? Like, is it true that Texas is actually the state that does everything just even bigger than the rest of the United States? In a sense? Why? I've never had deep dish pizza, Fallon. It always looks really good, but I've never had it. There's not a single place that I know of in South Africa that sells it. It's pretty much across all of America, 100%, yeah? I see, Dude, I really want to go to Texas. Even if it is just to visit. I really want to go to Texas. I think there could be some really cool places in Texas. Mosquitoes will fly away with small people. But it's also Texas. I want to go to Texas and then I want to shoot guns. That's what I want to do. Like, my first visit to Texas, I want to go to a gun range and just shoot all the guns. Because there's certain guns in South Africa that you're not allowed to buy. Like, for example, automatic rifles you can't buy. You can't even buy semi-automatic rifles. It's very difficult to get a semi. Definitely not for personal use. So I would just go and get every gun and just shoot the shit out of every gun the whole time. We don't have AR-15s here, Digimark, but I mean, AR-15 is small change. Difficult to get a semi? A doc can give you pulls for that? No, a semi-automatic. Apocalypse. I'd shoot a tank. I would. The largest gun I've ever shot with was a 9.3. I don't know how you say that in English. In Afrikaans, it's a 9.3, but it's just a 9.3. It's like, it is a gun that you can use to take down elephants and buffalo. Dude, that thing woke me the fuck up for like 2 lifetimes. That thing... Yeah, that had a kick to it. But the gun, my all-time favorite rifle that I want to shoot with, like all-time favorite, is a 700 Nitro Express. I would, even a 600 Nitro Express, I would shoot with. Like, even that would be good. Because I've heard that shit's insane. Sorry, Aqua, I was running behind on the stream. I apologize. Don't apologize. Why are you apologizing? Matt, how you doing, bro? Are you a hunter, shooter of some kind? I just like shooting guns. I don't really like hunting. I don't have a moral problem with hunting. Humans are hunters. They can hunt as much as they want. I just personally don't like shooting animals. I feel sorry for them. I think it stems from being 8 years old and shooting my first deer. And then when I arrived, I didn't shoot well. So I basically just shot off its neck. I literally separated its neck from its back so it couldn't run. But it was lying there and it was looking at me. And since that day, I can't kill animals. Like my dad loves it. It's like he's one of his favorite things. I just can't do it. But I have no moral problem with it. I'll have the meat. Fuck yeah. Yeah, my dad was very angry at me, by the way. Like, I almost got a spanking after that. My dad was super angry at me because he's very heavy on you only take the shot if you know you're going to hit. If you even think you won't hit, you don't take the shot. Then you move closer or move to a different position. Because he's not about the suffering of animals. Yeah, my dad cut its throat. P-Dog, which was also part of the problem. I wanted to shoot it in the head to put it out of its misery quick. And my dad was like, no, don't waste the bullets. And then he cut its throat. It died within seconds, but still, you know, for me, that was very rough. So yeah, that was the last time I went hunting animals. Since then, I've only shot the guns. I like the guns. It's nice to shoot guns. It's not fun to hunt. Bow, musket, pistol, rifle. Wait, in that order, Meeks, that's what you like. Just decency, but we also have a huge hunting season where bows and muskets have a huge following too, but our hunting season is divided by weapon. Oh, so wait, you can't hunt all year round with all weapons. Aragast, I think the reason a lot of people want to make the argument that a bow is more human isn't so much that it's more human, but more that it takes a lot, like it equals the playing field a lot more. Because with a bow, you have to get much closer and the animal actually has a chance of spotting you, and you know, it's much more difficult, right? Whereas with a gun, I can shoot a target with a gun from 500 meters away. 500 meters is not enough for any animal to smell me. Right? It won't even know I'm there. And I think that's why a lot of people prefer bow hunting, because you actually have to sneak around and you actually have to get very close. But I don't think it's about being like more humane. You're still killing the animal, right? And for tanking animals? What do you mean tanking animals? Bows hurt a lot more than bullets? Only if you don't know how to shoot them. Like, dude, I watched this video of a guy shooting a buffalo. Now, for those of you that don't know, buffalo is very difficult to kill. Like, these guys go out with 600 nitros. These things have fucking cannon shells almost for bullets. And you shoot the buffalo, and it takes many shots to take that thing down. Like, they are notoriously difficult to kill. I have watched the guy with a bow shoot right through a buffalo. Like just straight through it. You just see the buffalo drop, and this the arrow goes straight out the other side. Like, that shit can move, bro. That shit can move. And they can do a lot of damage. Is that because the bullets burst? Yeah, a bullet isn't designed, Shadow Rodney, to go through. You do get bullets, right, that will not quite go through, but it will stay together. But most bullets, you actually do want a little bit of spread, right? So the thing is, if you shoot an animal in the heart, yeah, but you have, say, for example, a full metal jacket, as the tip is a full metal jacket. The problem there is that that animal can survive for hours, if not days, depending on where in the heart you shot it. So what you want is a bullet that's it is going to sort of disintegrate on, or not disintegrate, but it's going to shatter on impact, so that it takes out as much of the heart as possible to make sure that it drops as quickly as possible, right? You don't want a bullet that just keeps going, because you could do a lot of damage without actually killing the animal, which is a problem. You want to put it out of its misery as quickly as you can. Armor piercing so it doesn't flatten. Yeah, I mean, you can have, there's plenty of different tips. I don't know all of the names of the different tips, but effectively you want that but then you also don't want a bullet that breaks apart too much, because then it ruins too much of the meat. So you kind of want the perfect bullet, one that is going to separate so that it takes out, so let's say for example it takes out half of the heart as it enters, so you know you're killing this thing fast. But then it shouldn't go so much that it takes out the whole heart plus a part of the lungs and shit. Because after you shoot an animal, you have to cut out like a good portion around the bullet hole. All that meat is wasted, because a lot of that meat will contain lead, will contain like gunpowder and shit. So you have to cut all of that away. So if you get a bullet that just shatters too much, you're gonna cut out like a good amount of meat, and you don't want to do that. Not a real person. If you hunt in most states, there's a safety course you must complete in order to get your license, and also you're trained from birth, pretty much. We have a course that we have to complete in order to get a gun, but you don't have to do like a hunting course. Digit, yeah, it's a little what do you call it? Moth? It's like a tiny little moth that I think got trapped in the room and now doesn't quite know where it needs to be. It's confused as to why there's no food in the room. I'm thinking. I don't know. But it can die. I hate moths. They scare me. I when it's that small, it's fine. I'll squish that one if it comes too close to me. But if it's a bigger moth, you know those ones with the fat little bellies? Bro. Like, that thing should not even sit on me. It shouldn't touch me. It shouldn't get anywhere near me. They freak me out. I don't know why, but it freaks me out. Trying to figure out how Sylvanas was morally grey. Good luck to the moth. I don't think its lifespan is long enough to figure that shit out. Mike, I know they are harmless, but it's better not to risk it for the biscuit. Because it might be that we currently believe moths to be harmless. But what if there's a new type of moth that evolves and then it is actually like a super dangerous moth that goes straight for the throat, right? But then you guys, assholes, Madness, how you doing, bro? Thanks for the sub, really appreciate it. Welcome to the most degenerate chat on Twitch. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You guys want to play with it, right? Because moths are like perfect little bug thingies. You'll die first, and then I'll be like, see, I told you guys moths are evil. So I don't go near those things just in case. You know, you never know. Alien DNA gets into the moth and it turns into a killer moth. I don't want that shit anywhere near me. So I don't want them close to me. It's all a government conspiracy, actually. Speaking of biscuit, did you put the brisket in the oven? I don't have brisket tonight. They probably have moths like that in Australia. Okay, so Irina, no human being on the planet has any excuse to live in Australia. That is just fact. I can see why flat earth people think that Australia is made up. Gentlemen, how you doing, brother? The problem with Australia is that you are choosing to live in a country where everything wants to kill you. And can kill you. Like, they have snakes that get into your house through your toilet. Now, I don't want to paint too vivid a picture, but imagine how vulnerable you are while you're taking a poop. And now imagine you're sitting on the toilet taking a poop, and suddenly you feel sharp fangs going into your balls. Like, what even do you do in that scenario? You're taking a poop and a spider has just bitten you on your balls. And it's not whatever gets you hard, bro. Because here's the problem. Even with antivenom, there are certain... So, for example, if you get bitten by I don't know what it's called in English, but a puff adder. So the puff adder's poison actually eats the flesh next to where it's bitten you. Even with antivenom, people lose like massive amounts of flesh as a result of just having to keep cutting away the dead meat as it dies. You know, if it bites you on the balls, you're losing your dick. Your dick is gonna fucking rot off. Why would you live in a country where shit like that's even possible? There's an inhuman amount of Black Widows, though. So Black Widows we have here as well. Meeks. Tons of them, especially here in the Cape. Because of the humidity. I've never seen so many Black Widows as I have here in the Cape. The nice thing about Black Widows is they really don't get close to you. They tend to chill outside. They tend to be in the corner somewhere just chilling, doing their own thing. So they're right in that scenario. They don't really come into the house. At least not often. Same amount of spiders and snakes. CCS, but not as many in their cities as they have. I kill all Black Widows I come across. Or me. Like, I'm not one of those people that captures the spider and then puts it outside. The motherfucker can come back in. That's nuts. I see a spider, I spray it with poison. No questions asked. If it's your pet spider, it's dying. I see the spider, I get the poison, I spray the poison. I will not exist anywhere near a fucking spider. But at least with Black Widows, they don't really get into your bed or into your house that often. They tend to chill a little bit more. What the hell's a Red Widow?
But as you can see, even potentially one of North America's deadliest or most venomous spiders has no interest, no inclination to bite.
I didn't even know there is such a thing as a Red Widow. Why would you hold it? Why would you hold it? Like, there's no point in that. It's spiders for life. I'm dealing with camel spider at the moment. Oh my god, what is a camel spider? Use a stick or something? Yeah, just kill it and then show us a close-up of the corpse. just kill it and show us the corpse. Like, explain everything to us. This guy learned nothing from the Croc Hunter. Dude, I've watched the guy. Like, this was funny as fuck. There was a guy that he would do these videos where he would let different insects and stuff bite him. I can't remember the channel's name. It's on YouTube. The most painful bite he ever experienced. Can you guys guess what it was? Yeah, bullet ants. Fire ant or bullet ant, one of the two. But he was in this tribe, or he was at this tribe, and they have a ritual where the young boys, before they become men, they have to literally put their hand inside a glove filled with bullet ants. Or fire ants, one of the fucking two. And then they have to keep it there for 1 minute while the ants go nuts and then pull it out. They had to rush him to the hospital, dude. That's how much pain he was in. They had to rush him to the hospital. That is nuts, dude. That an ant is that terrible. I'm trying to think now. We have a thing in South Africa here that is actually also an ant, but now I'm trying to remember what its name is. It's called, it's a South African spider. It's this thing. It's an ant. It's not actually a spider. It's part of the ant family, from what I understand. Like, those two things there is feelers. It has one of the worst bites, apparently, of all spiders. And they are fast. Like, they move, bro. And they're disgusting little things. It's called a Roman spider. I don't know why it's called a Roman spider, but it is. Gonna go with an O. Zerk, ugly as fuck. Yep. Yep. The nets are already here. Turns out the models were real size. Okay, so Nate, this specific one you only get in the north. Like, you have to go very far north. And the only time you really spot them, for some reason, don't ask me why, but when you have a fire, they literally run into the fire. Don't know why, but I've literally seen 4 or 5 of them just run straight into the fire. die, obviously, on impact, but they run into the fire and they die instantly. Abaddon, no. I'm not in the mood for that now. And it's not a video about Australia, you motherfucking liar. You liar, sir. No, I'm gonna go make some food now. I'm gonna have an early night. I'm gonna go make some food. You know, last night was incredibly long. I'm never doing that again. I had this wonderful thought last night, and I thought, you know what? How about I edit all of the videos right after the stream? That way I can spend time making main channel videos in the mornings. That took a while. I'm not doing that again. Enigma Psych, how you doing? Why do you want to cry? What do you want to cry about? Another sexual stream. I'll be back tomorrow. Cosmic. Peace out, bro. I really, really appreciate all of you for coming out and hanging out and spending your morning or your afternoon or your evening with me. It has absolutely been my pleasure to be with you. I'll be back tomorrow. Also, for those of you that are looking forward to my breakdown, my analysis of the cinematic, that will be up tomorrow as well. Today was a bit busy with a bunch of other shit, so I will have that video for you guys tomorrow. Hopefully you're not too angry about waiting one extra day for the analysis. Just did not have time today. But yeah, I will sort everything out. I really appreciate all of you. Appreciate you for coming out. Ladies and gentlemen, as always, be kind to each other. Be good to each other. And I will see all of you in the next one. Peace out, fam.